A new flash flood warning has been issued.
All right. That was a bit annoying and weird. Okay, everything appears to be working. Get the stream
A
bot
new
up and
flash
running
flood
again.
warning has been issued.
There it goes.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
All right, everything seems to be working again. So we're just gonna go with it. I had a big internet. The whole internet went out, so it wasn't just a YouTube
A
thing.
new flash flood warning has been issued.
Completely lost internet for just long enough for the stream to shut down. That's pretty much how it always works. All right. That also, as the internet came back up, I did reset the cameras. That's looking at areas west of New Orleans along I-10. It's I-10 at 310. So we don't have any cameras directly in the path. We now have 2 tornado warnings in effect. It is 2:28 in the Eastern time zone, 1:28 in the Central time zone. And in the Central time zone, we do have a tornado warning for areas around Homa and Lafourche Parish, particularly around La Rose, Valentine, Lockport. They have trimmed Lockport out of that warning, as well as cut off Louisiana. It is going to get into some fairly remote territory here, but generally headed up towards Bayou Gauche and Camardel. So probably not pronouncing those correctly, but I do want to pay attention to this storm because it is generally headed up towards the New Orleans metro. So continuing to work to the northeast at 20 miles an hour. They have slowed that down a little bit. So definitely stay in your tornado safe place out here in some of these southern bayous of Louisiana. Let's see, at about 20 miles an hour. Kind of have to widen the cone to get anything really in that. So yeah, it's going to be going through some less populated territory south of Lockport over the next little while. Tornado warning does continue there. That is almost, I think, exclusively now in northeastern Lafourche Parish in southern Louisiana near La Rose. Moving northeast at 20. All right, and you can see out ahead of this storm is in a complex of tropical heavy rain and downpours. You can see on our camera up there, it already is raining across the New Orleans metro, out through Laplace, and up all the way towards Prairieville, St. George on the south sides of Baton Rouge. There's been on and off again showers and storms across the Gulf Coast today with Tropical Storm Arthur. This is storm system that we're kind of watching come ashore. The models really pick this up through Alabama, Mississippi tomorrow as a pretty potent system coming out of the Gulf, but with a lot of heavy rain, tropical downpours. I watch a couple of these other areas of circulation as well. Lockport, Homa, Chauvin, all in kind of an area there that has a little bit more susceptible with that cluster of storms across southern Louisiana. And this whole area, southeast Louisiana, southern Mississippi, basically coastal Mississippi, tornado watch goes until 6 a.m. in the central time zone. We'll probably get more watches to replace that because, hey, I don't know. I lost internet, I think, for like 2 minutes. And unfortunately, I think I lost internet right as, you know what, I think I need to connect my camera again. Hold on just a minute. I'm here. I just got to connect my camera again. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, I lost internet for like just long enough that the stream shut off, which is really annoying. I think that almost always happens. It's never just like a tiny internet glitch. It's always just like just long enough for the stream to stop. Because YouTube gives you like a couple times, it'll try and reconnect like 2 or 3 times. And then just after the third time is when the stream goes off. Hey, disconnect, welcome back. If it goes off again, I'll probably call it.
A new
But
flash flood warning
we still have tornado warnings ongoing, so yeah. Hopefully the stream holds. I haven't had an issue like that actually since I don't think since I upgraded internet connections like last summer. I don't know if we have a storm around. We might.
A new flash flood
There might be a
warning
storm
has been
around,
issued.
so that may have been a factor. Yeah, still watching this area. It's past Lockport. It's past Cutoff, Louisiana, and also past La Rose.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
You can see some lightning there on the, that is west of New Orleans, I-10 at 310. And you can see already heavy rain coming down. But yeah, this is a little bit different than some of the tropical tornadoes. This is actually a little bit of a mini supercell kind of in there. So that's continuing to work to the northeast. We'll see if it gets how strong it is by the time it gets up to the New Orleans metro. It'll go through some really low populated areas, and then it's going to get into some more populated areas. And just as I was firing up the stream, we still had that tornado warning in Ohio. Looks like that has been allowed to expire. Yeah, I guess that cell by Mason has kind of fallen apart. Or just moved out of the warning polygon. Still, cell's still there, but it's not really tornadic right now. Yeah. Yeah, things are calming down for the tornadoes. I still wouldn't be surprised if we get a random tornado warning out of these areas. There is actually some broad rotation right over the west side of Cincinnati. Not tornadic, but just something to keep our eye on. There's some weird boundary interactions in here at this point. This is a cell that was tornado possible severe thunderstorm a little while ago around Brewerstown. That still has a spin to it. I believe it's crossed into a different weather service office. So that's why it's not warned right now, but that cell does have a little bit of low-level rotation in it. Versailles over towards Dillsboro, Sparta. And then worst of all, it's going through an area that has a considerable flash flood warning. And then we also have this big batch of storms now into southwest parts of Indiana. Severe warning there. Mostly just damaging winds. Moving east at 65. I don't know if that's true, but central Knox, Martin, southern Lawrence, southwestern Jackson, and Davies counties. 65 seems a bit of a stretch, but this area has actually intensified in the last little while. I guess it has kind of surged to the south and southeast. Okay. There's one little area of a spin in here near Shoals Overlook. Keep our eye on that one. See what shear rate says. Yeah, there's a little spin right in there. Yeah, this is going to be tropical downpours in here. I'm surprised they haven't issued the flash flood warnings yet, but I suspect within a little while they'll probably issue flash flood guidance. Let's see, what do we want to do? Yeah, some of these areas have gotten quite a bit of rain.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Ooh. All right, let me finish off the rain first. Yeah, some of these areas there have from Terre Haute down through the Cincinnati area have had radar estimates of about 2 to 3.5 inches of rain. That also includes areas south sides of Indianapolis. And then this corridor is starting to pile up the rain as well. All right, let's get down to our storm. Yeah, just when observed. Radar confirmed tornado. So yeah, we're just getting into the area that is a little bit more usable for those low level data. Yeah, we're about 4,000 feet, so that makes sense. All right, let's see. Okay. Unfortunately, it's kind of going through a little more of a populated area. Let's see if we can find it on here. Still doesn't show great on correlation coefficient, but I think it's this basically hail spike in here. This cell shouldn't have a lot of hail, and if we're getting a hail spike out of this, it means the radar is hitting something in there. Actually appears to have weakened. And yeah, there may be a little bit of CC in there. Kind of a weak CC value, but we are still about 5,000 feet up. But I think it's that. It's not a clear debris ball like we saw earlier in parts of parts of Indiana, but it is in there. Couple other shear rate detections are picking up on a few other areas of rotation. Oh, that has come up a little bit too. That's going to be one to watch south of Homa, back again now south of Homa. And then there also is another area, kind of broad rotation, just on the very edge of the radar. So it's a little harder to see, but these tropical tornadoes and these clusters of thunderstorms coming off the Gulf are certainly storms to watch. And yeah, um, not seeing a ton there, just based on correlation coefficients, but I don't know if there is. Actually, let's see. Some places have private radar. There's a lot of oil and gas and um, industry down here. I don't know if there's maybe a private radar the National Weather Service is working off of. They may have a better look at this based on a private radar that we don't have. There's one of those in Durant, Oklahoma, which is a pretty big radar hole for the National Weather Service office, but there's a private radar. They don't share their data with other people like publicly much, but they apparently share it with the National Weather Service. No, it was apparently radar confirmed. Yeah, radar confirmed damaging tornado located near La Rose, northeast at 30. So yeah, apparently it was may have been back. It may have been just back a little bit. It may have taken them a minute to get radar indicated and switched over. Yeah, it might be this little kind of hail spiky thing. But there shouldn't be a lot of hail in this storm. It's a tropical system, so there's pretty warm column of air all the way through. And yeah, not seeing a whole big hail spike earlier. A little bit. Maybe this hail spike right here. And that tracks because it's also, this would be when it was crossing more of a populated area. So that would kind of correlate with the hail spike increase. And then it's weakened, but it's basically over water right now. So yeah, that checks out. Interesting little cell. If this keeps up, it's probably going to get its own tornado warning. This is Shriver, Gray, Homa, Humphreys, a little more populated area on this side of the southern Louisiana. So keep an eye on this one if you're in southern Terrebonne Parish.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hey guys, yeah, sorry, the internet crashed. I heard some thunder a little bit ago, so I don't know if it was a weather-related internet crash, because we haven't had just like random crashes in a while. But yeah, new tornado warning. It has gone back to radar indicated, so I guess the Weather Service saw what we're seeing. I don't know, it's hard to confirm. That one's a little bit of a tricky one. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a new tornado warning. And that probably won't yet. It's a little too broad and it's on the very edge of the radar site, but that's one to watch too. This is all in Terrebonne Parish. Hey, TSB. Sorry about that. Yeah, we'll get back up to Indiana here. Especially now that that's gone back to radar indicated. Lightning seems to be picking up a little bit on that camera in the that's I-10 at 310, just west of New Orleans. All right, let's get back to this area. We've had an expansion of these cells. There's more of them, and then they have upscaled a little bit. There's more lightning in here, just on the last couple counts. Yeah, we've gone from about 1,500 lightning strikes to about 2,000 lightning strikes. And now a tornado possible tag. This is in that, I think it's that area that we spotted a little while ago. Yeah, there's a little kind of spin in here. Earlier was near Lawrenceport. It's now kind of in this broad area up here near Rush Creek. But those storms are passing. A lot of lightning. There's a couple other little pockets of shear maybe in here. Not very strong. And yeah, tornado possible tag just means the National Weather
A
Service
new
is
flash flood warning has
paying
been
attention to
issued.
an area of shear. Where are we getting radar data out of? Where am I getting radar data out of? Oh, out of the Louisville radar. Okay. That's not too far away. Yeah, so on this leading edge, there's a little kind of broad area in here near Rush Creek. Maybe a couple areas in here. But it's not super spicy. It's just kind of broad. This is obviously areas where the storm is kind of surging out. And there is also a southerly low-level jet. So it is getting inflow. Less tornadic shear right now and more just kind of it's more like the storm motion plus the low-level jet. So it is a little bit of kind of in a little enhanced shear area. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. All right. Anyway, yeah, it is a large cluster of storms. But yeah, they're more like little shear zones. They're not super imminently tornadic. Could they spin up brief tornado? Probably, maybe. But we're not looking at the giant supercells like we saw earlier. So these aren't the long track violent tornadoes. These would be most likely on the briefer end. The wind is picked up in these. That is one thing. There is a higher wind profile. Yeah. I'll look up the National Weather Service, see if there's anything new going on with them. I like to check the National Weather Service updates every now and then. All right, let's see. Yeah, these areas, still tornado possible. It's mostly going to be a damaging wind risk, but there are some areas there of a little bit of shear in there. Some of this has increased as they've surged to the south and east. So yeah, it is a little bit of the low level jet tapping in here. And it does appear like some of that wind risk has increased. A little bit of windier storms in that segment. We have lost our tornado warnings across Ohio, so that's a good thing. Let's see. Probably at some point, but probably not that far back yet. Not back to probably 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. Yeah, not back that far. We had some pretty crazy tornadoes earlier today, and debris was lofted like 25 to 30,000 feet in a couple of those. All right, well, that's interesting. Instead of a tornado warning, I kind of like that idea because they're kind of a little more like QLCS tornadoes. They're generally on the weaker side. Instead of a tornado warning, they've issued a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning, gust to 60, small hail, although not much of a hail threat. And then I wouldn't be surprised if this gets a tornado warning, though. This area is still on the very edge of the radar site, but it does show some more intense rotation, so we'll see. That may get a tornado warning. Yeah, I feel like it was decently accurate. Especially after like the models adjusted to that morning MCS being a little bit further south and a little stronger. The models did a decent job adjusting to things, but yeah, there's kind of 3 circulations in here to watch across the southern parts of Louisiana. One near Homa, one way out there in southern Terrebonne Parish. And then this one continues to weaken as it's into areas around St. Charles Parish, as well as north central Lafourche Parish. Northeast at 30. They bounced that back and forth too. It's been at 20, it's been at 30. Let's see. 30. It's going to get to Metairie in about 39 minutes. Lakeview 43, Kenner 36. So it is approaching some more populated areas in the New Orleans metro. We'll keep an eye on that one.
A new tornado warning
All right.
has been
There's
issued.
the new tornado warning. Wasn't quite the one I was expecting, but okay. They have issued the new tornado warning for areas there in Terrebonne Parish, northeastern Terrebonne Parish, and northwestern Lafourche Parish. I think that's how you pronounce it. That's also moving northeast at 30 near Homa, Bayou Crane. And yeah, that's a dangerous storm. This is going to be much closer to Homa, the Homa metro, kind of in this little area in here. This is going to be on the southwest sides of Homa, and very quickly moving across the city there. Broadmoor, Savoy, Raceland, and then up towards areas around Shriver. If you're up there along I-9 or US 90 and Louisiana 24, it's going to be kind of on that west side of town.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, there's a new tornado warning. Tornado warning in also, I believe that's southern Terrebonne Parish, southeast Louisiana, 17 miles west of Dulac, 23 miles southwest of Homa, northeast of 20. Yep. These are the tropical tornadoes that are coming off in this cluster. This is going to probably happen pretty regularly the next, I don't know, 12 or so hours at least. Just let's actually go look at that real quick because this is going to be.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Our other, okay, never mind. Our other tornado warning has been upgraded again. It's now observed again. Oh yeah, that's a little better correlation coefficient now. That is a stronger correlation coefficient. This may have been on and off again for a while. We just can't really see it because it's over some water. And so this, I mean, it might not have even left the ground because it was recorded, observed in this area around La Rose. That's where the population, that's where more land is. It's gotten a little bit over the swamps and water. It's now observed again. So yeah, this is in St. Charles Parish, southern St. Charles Parish. It is getting up into slightly more populated terrain, and this on the edge there, that's where our camera is located. So we'll keep an eye on this. Looks like some emergency vehicles running through there. But observed tornado west of Avondale, moving north at 30. It is near Bayou Gauche, or 11 miles southwest of Avondale. Radar confirmed tornado. So, yep, there it is right in there. Hey, Sleeveless Joe. Yeah, this storm is kind of on the beeline for those western NOLA suburbs up towards the airport. Concerned about this area. This batch of storms is generally headed up from Homa to Thibodaux, and then areas, especially really far west of New Orleans around Laplace. And then we'll kind of follow those, maybe particularly up the I-55 corridor. But this whole big cluster is going to be an issue for a while. Let's see. Yeah, here's the latest HRRR. Let's get that loaded up. And yeah, you'll see it takes this big cluster of rain and storms up. This is about 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., and into southern parts of Mississippi, into southeast Louisiana still. By morning, even like 10, we may get to start to get some more storms across the eastern portions of this. And then it kind of continues this big batch of rain and storms through the afternoon. We might even get some isolated severe storms across Georgia and even North Florida tomorrow, as well as into like coastal Alabama. This is 6 a.m. tomorrow, and this whole big batch of rain and storms is still basically over Alabama. So it's not going to move super fast. Let's pop back up. This is a pretty solid line of storms now. Not all of them are severe, but some of them are just marginally severe. Washington Shoals, Decker, Bone Gap, and then the strongest part is kind of on this leading edge. Still seeing those 60-mile-an-hour gusts and tornado possible tag. There's a couple little spins along here. There's one kind of on the leading edge that's a little bit tighter. Caruthersville crossing I-65 right now. Yeah, I think that was the reason for the original tornado possible tag. That is across that area around Caruthersville and Little York. So keep an eye on those storms. Slowly starting to get less severe storms across the Ohio Valley. There's still a giant flood threat. And I wouldn't be surprised with this cluster if we see more flash flood warnings expand across southern Indiana, potentially into northern Kentucky. But it does appear like the tornado threat is starting to diminish across the Ohio Valley today. Oh, pretty big lightning there. A bit of broad rotation in that storm still near Belfast. Yeah, and then they're going to warn this lead cluster of storms. Jefferson, Clark, southern Scott County, and then Washington County. Yeah, that makes sense. I think we have WPC guidance too. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Moderate tomorrow, it looks like. Especially across that area in Alabama.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, both of these areas somewhat a little bit further north, but the general area, excessive rainfall, moderate risk, and then this area has the moderate risk for excessive rainfall today. Oh, and you know what? We should have gotten an SPC outlook too. Oh yeah, okay, this is your updated SPC outlook. Not a giant change. Still severe risk tomorrow in the Northeast, back into the Mid-Atlantic, back into Kentucky. And then they've added a slight risk across southern parts of Alabama and also coastal Mississippi. So that checks out. The slight risk is with the 5% tornado risk. They have upped the tornado risk tomorrow from basically New Orleans up to about Selma. That checks out. I agree with that. They have also added a 5% tornado risk across the Northeast Vermont, parts of New Hampshire, northwest parts of Massachusetts, and the northeast portions of New York State. Otherwise, it's mostly a damaging wind risk tomorrow across the Northeast and into the Mid-Atlantic. And then hail's fairly minimal, but a couple pockets of maybe some isolated large hail tomorrow. We've gotten a new tornado warning, a couple new tornado warnings, I believe. Yeah. All right, so they've continued the tornado warning around Homa. Yeah, that tornado warning rotation is in there, especially the west sides of Homa, gray, along Highway 316 and US 90. We have the other tornado warning in southern Terrebonne Parish. This is south and west of Theriot or Dulac. And then the other warning now goes into the observe tag, goes into portions of central St. Charles Parish. It's turned a little bit away from that warning. Oh, wow. That has turned actually quite a bit. Yeah, it was going like this. It's now turned. It has maybe occluded into that storm. Although it still is a fairly concentrated area of debris. So we'll see if that's still on the ground or not. Either way, I bet they'll reorient this warning and probably issue... They'll probably issue a new warning that comes out this way a little more. If that continues to leave the warning polygon. Yeah, the rotation is kind of backed off a little bit. Continuing a radar indicator rotation there in southern Terrebonne Parish. And then, yeah, this is going to be observed for areas around Lawling, St. Rose, Kellogg, Butte, Flaglerville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And now we got a tornado warning in Indiana. Yeah, it's that same area that we've been following for a little while. Just east of Caruthersville. It's for Deputy, Lancaster, Smyrna, Madison, and Scottsburg. Radar indicator rotation there. Jefferson, Scott, and Trimble counties. Also, Trimble is in Kentucky. Yeah, a little sliver. This crosses the Ohio River there. So yeah, that area has intensified in rotation. It's interesting because it was tighter a little bit ago when it was a severe thunderstorm tornado possible. Then it broadened briefly, and then now it's kind of retightened. And a little bit stronger also than it was. Austin, Worcester, Parker Station, Madison, you guys are all under that tornado warning. All of a sudden, 2 o'clock in the Central Daylight Time, 3 o'clock Eastern Time, it's gotten busy again. Hey, Sarah. Hope you're doing good. Thank you so much. Yeah, you guys lucked out in eastern Missouri. Those storms kind of faded pretty fast once they got towards the I-44 corridor. A couple storms in central Missouri, but nothing severe. St. Louis and that eastern Missouri was hit so hard last year. I'm kind of happy I haven't been covering that area as much this season. But yeah, there's your area rotation. Actually, that's tightened up a little bit. That's a little more serious now. Wakefield, Smyrna, Madison, New Frankfort, Kent. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm. All right, we'll fly all the way back down to Louisiana. That is hopefully not going to make you guys dizzy. It could still be on the ground. I doubt it is, but I don't know. It still could be on the ground, but it's kind of a weird spot for it. But there is a debris signature there near Butte or Booty. Surprised I haven't centered that up. I'm thinking it's such a clear debris signature. I'm thinking they probably just let it go. This may be a debris blow off. There might actually be a new signature here. Definitely debris. Heads up Flagville and Hahnville, just in case. There does seem to be a little new signature there too. But there is some shear and some rotation showing in both of those. It's about to be a night in NOLA. Especially west of NOLA, west of the airport. These are some dangerous clusters of storms. Okay, they have backed off the radar indicated, so yeah, that helps me confirm that maybe that was blow off, even though it's fairly concentrated. All right, yeah, so that area, Lawling, Lone Star, St. Rose, continue to stay in your tornado safe space. East Central St. Charles Parish. Yeah, that's a dangerous circulation. Welcome, welcome, all those staying up late with us on Severe Weather live stream, WeatherCast Live. If you're new, like and subscribe, click the bell icon. It's a free way to support the channel and make sure we get some life-saving information out to those that need it. Focusing on science-based weather communications, no hype, no clickbait, no... Well, we got a bot in the chat, but no bots doing the weather. And yeah, seeing a couple areas of circulation in here. That circulation over Homa has broadened and weakened as these tropical tornadoes tend to do that. There still is spin in here, though. You can see kind of this little area in the spectrum width that shows that spin. And that also does correlate with the area of rotation. And then there is a little more potent area south of Theriot or Terriot. That area in southern Terrebonne Parish. We are looking up a ways away in the cloud base. We're looking up about 7,500 feet, so a little bit higher level rotation, but still strong enough that that is also a tornado warning there in Terrebonne Parish. Not much population out there, though. And then further out, we do have to look further out for more of those storms with kind of low-top tropical supercells with embedded circulations. This one has actually gone on for some of the longest I've seen a tropical tornado risk. This one basically came onshore and has continued for quite a while. Actually, I think it was down here. Usually they're a little bit more transient. Oops. Still getting used to that draw tool. Otherwise, we have our other tornado warning in southeast parts of Indiana. Around the Deputy area, Kent, Madison. It's going to approach the areas there in northern Kentucky. State Highway 3 over by State Highway 56. Pretty tight area of circulation. This is tightened up a little bit. the Hardy Lake State Recreation Area, Wooster, over towards Wakefield. We'll see what that looks like on the next scan, but that is an interesting area of rotation. All right, so they've trimmed up that warning a little bit. That includes areas just around Savoy, Homa, and Raceland. They've kind of cut that area around Shriver off. And that makes sense. This kind of weaker, broad area of rotation is mostly kind of leaving that area. It's still over the Homa area, just to the north and northeast of Homa, up towards Raceland, Louisiana. This one could be more of an issue as it comes up towards the Homa metro, so keep in mind you may be in multiple tornado warnings here over the next little while. Yeah, this could be a problem here. This one has a pretty strong area of circulation. It's a little far out to see correlation coefficient. Especially because it has some other cells that are blocking it, but
has been issued.
Yeah, and then there's another area of circulation in there.
A new flash flood warning has been
right
issued.
at Highway 90 near Patterson. This is also in the Morgan City area, St. Mary's Parish, St. Martin's Parish, and that is moving northeast at 30 near the Patterson Memorial Airport. Napoleonville, Plaincourtville, and areas around the Morgan City area. Morgan City will be about 18 minutes. And then, yeah, Napoleon and Plaincourtville about 50 minutes to an hour. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warned cells right now in southern Louisiana. They have extended those considerable flash floodings into south central Ohio, Hillsborough, Waverly, Peebles, areas south of Chillicothe, and then over towards MacArthur, eventually probably extending over towards Athens. We've also seen more flash flood warnings, Odin, Shoals, Mitchell, and then those severe storms are slowly starting to make a little more progress towards the south and southeast. Still strong storms across Indiana, with strong storms severe warned from French Lick to Palmyra to near Greenville, back across Salem, Little York, Saluda to just near Charleston, and then increasingly concerned with this cell near Deputy. This continues to wrap up fairly tight. I'm looking for a correlation coefficient. It would be in this area right there, and not seeing any, at least yet, but it's fairly tight and fairly strong area of circulation just near Wakefield, and that's going to continue working towards Volga, Smyrna, and eventually cross the Ohio River from Jefferson County into Kentucky. This could get over towards Brooksburg, Locust, the Madison, Indiana area, right on the Ohio River. It's a dangerous storm, especially this time of night. I want to check this lead storm. This is a storm that's had on and off tornadoes. We've had a couple of different tornadoes confirmed out of this one.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
And yeah, that was debris blow off near Lawling. This may be back on the ground again. There's a little bit of a little something something right in there. It has weakened a little bit though. We'll have to see about that one on the next radar scan. In the meantime, we did get a new observed tornado. Sorry, bouncing back. I figured this was going to go observed at some point here. It was looking very well organized. And yeah, rotation right in there, just near Wakefield. Correlation coefficient. East at 45. Okay, it's right there. There's your debris signatures. Not super big, not super pronounced, but yeah, it's right on the edge of that. Yeah, tornado warning there. Kent, Madison, and Smyrna. Erlanger, Kentucky. How do you guys fare earlier with that other tornado warning storm?
Has been issued.
You guys are up here, I believe, right? Yeah. Yeah, did you do okay? That last tornado warning storm came very close to that location. And it's definitely on the ground west at points west of I-71. Erlanger right now, I think that's how you pronounce it. Hopefully I'm not totally destroying your town name. Is mostly a flood threat at the moment. There's a little bit of broad rotation just over the airport. Oh, that's a good idea. There's a little bit of broad rotation in there, but it's not tornadic right now. Once this line gets by you, it's slowly working to the south and east. Once you guys get kind of behind this line of storms, it's also a big flood risk. But yeah, once this kind of gets to your south and east, then your tornado threat diminishes basically to zero. Nothing's ever totally zero, but like they've cut a bunch of the warning polygons and watches across the I-70 corridor. Most of Indiana now is behind that tornado risk. Kind of everybody in here is all good to go. Oh, my draw tool is acting up a little weird. But yeah, everybody in that area, the I-70 corridor, is all good to go. And I would expect they'll start trimming some of these counties in Ohio, like Dayton, Camden, Hamilton, those areas. So maybe another hour or two, tops. Yeah, this storm is still a strong storm over Cincinnati right now. It does appear to be more like a wind issue at the moment. Yeah, there is a decent amount of lightning with that. This storm should stay south of that area. This tornado warning storm near Smyrna and Madison, that is, yeah, there's a better debris signature for it. That's a lot more clear. There is right around Kent. This is approaching Madison, Indiana as a dangerous storm doing damage, but this is going to head south, generally, maybe down toward Dry Ridge, Glencoe, if it stays on that current track. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm in progress right now. Yeah, there's your debris signature in there. Just south of Wakefield. Continue to take tornado safety precautions. I wouldn't be surprised if they extend this warning out into Kentucky a little more. Locust, Carrollton, Kentucky, a pretty populated area there. This is working generally towards that area. All right, and then bouncing all the way back down to Louisiana. We have a tropical tornado threat here in Louisiana. We have a couple different tornado warnings. Some of them are overlapping, so if you have friends and family down here, you may want to give them a text or call and just let them know it might be a long night down here. Hopefully people are getting warnings and waking up to things. Good news is this area has backed off in intensity. The area that's just west of Kenner and the airport. We can also take a look at that with the tower radar. Wow. Yeah, that's tornado in progress a little bit ago. It came across the Lone Star area and weakened. So we finally might be done with that storm. Although it's about to get over the southwestern portions of Lake Pontchartrain, so we'll see if the less friction gets it to spin more. This tornado warning expires, so that one should expire in a couple minutes. Still have the other tornado warning in progress near Raceland. Seeing broad rotation in there near Raceland. And this continues to show kind of broad, weak rotation. It's going to continue riding up generally along I-9 or US 90 towards Des Allemands. My French is really bad, so I apologize in advance. And then this is the strongest of those couplets that we've seen so far. It's areas to the west of Dulac. Still seeing strong rotation in there, generally riding up back towards the Homa area. So Homa, you're under a new tornado warning. This includes areas along Highway 182 south and west of Homa, areas down towards Cozier or Kosher, south of Homa along 315, and then west of Dulac and Thariet. This one could produce a tornado pretty much at any time. It has pretty strong rotation. It's broadened just a little bit in the last couple minutes, but yeah, Homa, you need to be in your safe place. Central Terrebonne Parish, that's lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside. Not a lot of basements or any basements in this area, but you want to be in that bathroom, that hall closet, something that gives you inside protection from the wind in as many layers as possible. Double checking if we don't have a camera in that area. Unfortunately not. Let's see. Oh, we might. Hold on. New tornado warning observed. I think it's just going to be a continuation of that Jefferson County tornado warning. We do have cameras in Homa. Okay. Very wet scenes there out of Homa. This may be our best option. All right, we'll keep an eye on it. A lot of lightning in that storm. All right, this continues to be observed. Let's take a look at this again. It's about to cross areas around Hanover and into downtown Madison, Indiana. Let's see. Still seeing some suspicious CC, but it's not quite what it was. Yeah, that's a good sign. Looks like it's right over maybe the Ohio River.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they're going to issue a new tornado warning, new county, or a new warning office. This is out of Wilmington in Ohio, Switzerland in southeast Indiana, Carroll, Owen, and Gallatin counties, northern Kentucky. Tornado warning there. Doesn't quite line up. There's a little bit of a gap, but that's a little weird. Yeah, I think it's still in here. There appears to be CC drop right in there, coming into the west side of Madison, between Hanover and Madison, Indiana. Darn. These are the types of tornadoes that can be very dangerous. They are in the middle of the night. It's 3:30 in the morning Eastern time. That's a really dangerous situation there. So Brooksburg, Carrollton, Vevey, Sanders, Woolworth, all those areas there, Carleton County, tornado safe spot, all the way to Warsaw. Yeah, that's a dangerous situation. And then back into the Homa area, especially.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
It's broadened. There's some suspicious correlation coefficient in here too. We'll see what that looks like in a couple more minutes once it gets a little close to the radar site. Radar indicated flash flood warning for areas around Homa, Assumption, Lafourche, and Terrebonne parishes. Already 2 to 4 inches of rain, and additional rain is expected. This is a very low-lying area. It's already saturated soils. It's going to be a long night, especially if you live in a flood-prone area. Yeah, and a
A
couple of
new
them are
tornado warning has been issued.
observed too. That's some of the most lightning I've seen in a tropical tornado situation there. It may be because it's at night, but okay, they've kind of filled in there the Louisville office, Jefferson and Trimble counties. Yeah, so it looks really weird, but there's 3 counties right there, and they've puzzle pieced them together between 2 different warning offices. Should be getting a new radar scan in just a minute. Yeah, here is that tornado debris signature. Pretty clear just a few minutes ago. It's a little bit muddied right now, but it appears like it's still in there. And then we'll get better confirmation here in a minute. Probably see it move to like right there. Basically, right now following the Ohio River. So Madison over towards Brooksburg, Milton on the Kentucky side, and then over towards Carrollton in Kentucky. Vevey. Yeah, if you live on the Ohio River or just off of it, this is a dangerous cell. Wow. I want to check our other tornado warning storm near Morgan City. This is a little bit even further from the radar site. So it's a little harder to see, but there is rotation in here just to the north of Wilson's Landing. That is your area of rotation. It's passing Bayou Vista, Glenwild, Stevensville is up next, Bayou Geneve, and let's see, areas like Bell River are in that that warning polygon. Yeah, no problem. I'm hopefully coverage like this gives you a little I don't know, peace of mind, especially severe weather coverage like this. It's in the middle of the night. A lot of rounds of heavy rain, wind. Yeah, you guys are getting through it across the Cincinnati metro, but severe weather at least calming down except for that flash flood issue. Looks like most of the heaviest wind has pushed south and east to where you guys are. DeCourcy, Highland Heights, Cold Springs. A couple other little pockets of wind and a little rotation. We're still in a fairly sheared environment, so there are little spins, but nothing crazy tornadic right now across the Cincinnati area. And this tornado warning cell down near Madison should continue to work basically along and south of the Ohio River. If you know anyone down here north Crinton or Dry Ridge, that might be an area that is a little bit more susceptible for severe weather. This has broadened a little bit.
A new flash
Good
flood
thing.
warning has been issued.
May still be in there. The correlation coefficient is a little bit muddied still, but Telegraph Hill, basically riding along the Ohio River. It's not as clear as it was just a couple minutes ago, but it may still be in there. Yeah, there's enough correlation coefficient in here where I think it's still in here. Yeah, that lightning is, I mean, it's a pretty dark area there too. We're looking, I think, away from Homa, out kind of into the swamps and the more agriculture land. And then we do have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. This includes the Louisville metro. Areas like Clarksville, Sellersburg, Charleston, Goshen, onto the I-71 corridor, Newcastle, Smithfield, and then into Louisville downtown. Doesn't quite go out to the airport. This line continues to sink to the south and east. Most of that tornado risk for any quick spin up would be on the leading edge of that. And then there's a wind risk kind of broadly in there. Here's a look at the watches and the warnings across the Ohio Valley. So the first couple tornado watches have all expired, including Indianapolis down to Seymour, Bedford, Bloomington, Vincennes, over towards Connorsville, Richmond, and then they have trimmed the newest watch off of Hamilton and Dayton and Springfield, Ohio. I think is right in there. So most of the severe weather is confined to along the Ohio River. We'll see if they add any or expand any counties. Yeah, the Storm Prediction Center saying that isolated severe wind and tornado risk will continue at least over the next hour or two across southern Indiana, far southern Ohio, and then northern and central Kentucky. A watch expansion or replacement will likely be needed south of the current weather watch. So, yeah, they may add a couple more counties in here, kind of in this red area that you see. That would extend down through Owensboro, Hartford, Elizabethtown, Danville, Stanton, Sandy Hook, and probably out towards Ironton. So they may expand some of this area for that tornado watch. Yeah, this is a little bit of a this was a pattern that's a little bit more common in early spring. We had a little shortwave trough that kind of dug in here, and a surface low underneath that shortwave trough that really put a little jet streak down in this area. And so we had a jet streak on the jet stream level. Wow, that storm really picked up on that camera. And then we had kind of mid-level southwesterlies, and then we had a really strong low-level jet that was really amplified. So everything came together in a little bit of an ingredient setup that's a little more common for earlier in the spring. This is our other camera I've been watching near the New Orleans area. This is 310 at 110. That original tornado warning storm has weakened, so that is a good sign. This camera has also had lightning at times. Let's let this load in, and we'll take a look and see where that storm is. Let's see. Come on. Load, please. We'll reload the situation here. Okay, that works. Sometimes it just needs a little bit of a push. Yeah, that first storm has weakened. It's not looking tornadic at the moment. Not seeing those colors really next to each other, so that's a good sign. Looks like they've let the tornado warning expire for that Raceland storm. This storm is still one to watch. Still has a little bit of spin in there. Yeah, these are nasty storms, especially across southern parts of Louisiana tonight. Seeing broad circulation in that storm. And then this storm coming into Homa has broadened a little bit. Still pretty nasty storm. And this has a ton of lightning in it. There are a couple of these storms down here, over 1,300 lightning strikes, which is a little different than a tropical tornado threat. That's why there is the severe thunderstorm warning that covers this area around the tornado warning. So there's a possibility there's 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some small hail, but mostly it's going to be the winds, the lightning, and the tornado risk. That's a dangerous storm. Those are all essentially going to make their way up towards the New Orleans metro, so keep in mind in that across the early morning hours across New Orleans. And then we're going to have a flood threat down here too, especially downtown New Orleans. It doesn't take that much to start flooding in New Orleans. Their pumping system, about an inch and a half an hour rainfall rates, it can handle that. Once you get over inch and a half an hour rainfall rates, the pumping systems just are too slow. And with tropical moisture feeding up into this area, you can easily get over inch and a half an hour rainfall rates. So I wouldn't be surprised here in the next little while if they add a flash flood warning into the New Orleans metro, especially the immediate New Orleans metro that has the lower than sea level, and the flooding situation is a little bit more amplified in that area. But anywhere across southern Louisiana night, these are very, very flood prone, very low lying, susceptible areas to flooding. And we already have that warning in place across Homa, Thibodaux, Lockport, those sort of areas down in southern Louisiana. Wow. Let's see. I hope I'm not missing much in the comments. Let's see. Oh boy. We'll get to those questions in just a minute, but let me keep bouncing back and forth between all these tornado warnings. Some good news here, and I concur. I don't think we have an observed tornado anymore. Yeah, it's broadened out near Brooksburg. The Wilmington office of the National Weather Service out of southwestern Ohio continues the radar indicated tornado warning. It has broadened out, but still rotating in here. It may cycle. We'll see if it does. If it does, Vevey, Sanders, Warsaw, and Glencoe are up next in that warning polygon. Some of those like Glencoe are just outside the warning polygon. All right, check out Cincinnati. Most of the stronger storms are pushing onto the east side of the city. Still a couple pockets of some wind in here. Wilder, Fort Thomas. Once you get kind of back closer to I-71, it's more just kind of general rain and storms. Looks like the severe threat is diminishing to the north and west of the Cincinnati metro. So you're in a little better shape across Cincinnati, especially once you get through this cluster of storms right in there. And then also, this is a cluster to watch near Batavia. Yeah, there's a little bit more of a wind risk in there right now. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a wind warning in a little while. There's a weird little cluster right there. The other cluster of cells that was tornado warned earlier across the Cincinnati area continues across Newmarket, Marshall, Cynthiana, into south central Ohio. Does have a tornado possible tag. There is some broad rotation still in there south of Hillsborough. And then there's more storms even into areas like MacArthur, Knox, Plains, all the way over to even Marietta on the West Virginia border. So this is going to continue that flood threat across this area, regardless of any severe risk. Yeah. Cincinnati, hold on just a little longer. You'll be kind of behind this boundary, and then the severe threat really shuts down. And there is a flood risk, I think, that'll pick up in the morning across the Ozarks, especially across this area right in here, because some of the models take this cluster of storms down into this area and just kind of sit it here. We'll see if that happens, but if this model is right and it stalls out kind of in this area, that would issue some flash flooding risk across some vulnerable terrain of the Ozarks.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Still seeing broad circulation coming into Homa. Tornado warning continues there. Central Terrebonne Parish, southeast Louisiana. This is moving northeast at 20. I think this is the second or third tornado warning of this location tonight. So, man, that's rough. When there's tornado warnings on top of tornado warnings, they have to be issued, obviously, because of the severe weather potential and multiple tornadoes. But it can lead to warning fatigue. You can have someone, especially late at night. Warning fatigue is a little higher anyway late at night. People don't want to get out of bed. They don't want to, get everything dressed and into the tornado safe space. And it's just a little more of a chore at night. So already warning fatigue is amplified at night. And then if you have multiple rounds, some people may have just gotten settled back down. We got people with dogs. They may have just got their dogs settled back down. And then all of a sudden you get your phone alerts are buzzing. Your NOAA weather radio is going off. You got a second tornado warning or a third tornado warning. And some people, and it's just kind of human nature. It's not, fault or stupidity. It's just human nature. Just like, just done with it, especially at like 3 a.m. So dangerous situation there with the second or third tornado warning across some of those same areas. Homa, about 20 minutes or so to that next area of circulation. And then moving up a little bit, they dropped that tornado warning for the Raceland area. I'm still watching this area. Decently tight circulation that's going to parallel US 90. So we'll keep an eye on that one. They've also dropped that other warning north of Morgan City. It's hard to see because these are low top cells. There is still some spin in here. It's not very tight or strong, but there is an area of spin in that cell. It's just not crazy right now. There's a little bit of shear also in this cell that's near Laplace. It's going to ride up I-55 across the western edge of Lake Pontchartrain. Keep an eye on this if you're up towards Ponchatoula and even Hammond. Yeah, so far the corridor of this tornado risk is kind of maintained across this corridor right here right now. But as this whole system shoves to the east and northeast, that is going to work, basically across the New Orleans metro and eventually the North Shore later this morning. Yeah, Eastgate and Batavia. Let's look at those areas. Still seeing those flash flood warnings continuing for you guys. And yeah, this whole area on the east side of Cincinnati right now under flash flood warnings. Number of considerable flash flood warnings. A little bit of spin right down in this area near Mount Holly. Yeah, there's a little bit of spin right in there just south of Batavia. Otherwise, for the most part, it's gusty winds, a ton of lightning. And lightning has increased just a little bit. About 300 lightning strikes in this area from downtown Cincinnati over towards Batavia. So it's a loud storm, gusty winds, a little bit of spin on that leading edge. Amelia, Mount Holly, south of Batavia. Keep an eye on it. Yeah, a little bit. But again, like we said earlier, some of this is just sheer just because of the directions. There's inflow right there, there's outflow. So it's not necessarily imminently tornadic, but that one is one to watch. If it gets a little tighter, a little brighter. Yeah, there's tons of flood watches. It's going to be several days of flood watches across this area. Yeah, it is a PDS life-threatening flood watch. That's true. I'm extra concerned about Alabama tomorrow. We've had several models, and it just it puts a ton of heavy rain in this area of Alabama tomorrow. This whole batch of moisture and tropical moisture associated with Arthur is just going to make its way up across this area. A little bit of daytime heating will enhance any thunderstorms, especially on the leading edge of that. It looks like a really nasty day across parts of Alabama tomorrow. Yeah, and I believe those PDS watches are mostly centered on Alabama and Mississippi. Yeah, PDS, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. No, just Alabama and Mississippi, it looks like. I didn't realize that, but I guess there's no designation that's different. Tornado warning continues around Vive. That has broadened a little bit. There still is rotation in here coming across the Carlton area. Yeah, not seeing a CC drop on that one, but Easter Day, and then everywhere there along, that's I-71, Carson, Sparta, the Kentucky Speedway, those types of areas along 71 between the Louisville Metro and the Cincinnati Metro. This is on the kind of the path for that area that we mentioned earlier, Crittenden, Dry Ridge. If you know anyone down there, I'd maybe give them a heads up. They have added that tornado possible tag through the Louisville Metro, and then also through the I-75 corridor, Williamstown, Dry Ridge, Crittenden, Owenton, down to Monterey, and up to Verona. Some of this should stay south of some of those areas that were affected by the tornado warning earlier across northern Kentucky. So yeah, mostly your county may get warned. Looks like some of these southern parts of that county, but this tornado threat would be down here towards Crittenden and Dry Ridge. Yeah, Florida, you're good for right now for as far as like this morning. But later today, especially West Florida, the Florida Panhandle, you guys are under that PDS. I guess not. I guess it's just Alabama. You're under a flash flood watch and a flood watch across there through Friday afternoon. So it's going to be a multi-day flood event. Severe weather is also a possibility across the Florida Panhandle into Alabama tomorrow. And there's going to be a little bit of storms also through the rest of the Florida Panhandle. Yeah, we'll watch the whole southeast the next couple days. And severe weather, but the bigger problem is going to be the flooding. Chillicothe, Ohio, I'm guessing. There's a couple Chillicothe's, but if I got it wrong, just let me know. Yeah, you guys are on the edge of that tornado watch. That goes another couple hours. Goes another hour, that tornado watch. And severe thunderstorm working towards Sinking Springs and eventually towards Waverly and Piketon. The strongest part of that cluster should slide to your south. Let me check the motion of this. Yeah. It's pretty much working to the east. So areas around Waverly, Piketon, and Jackson. Keep an eye on this cell. It has a little bit of spin on it. In the Chillicothe area, once you get kind of on the backside of this, you're in better shape for severe weather. And it is slowly, as it's working east, as these storms are training across the same area, they are working a little bit towards the southeast. So you'll get on the backside pretty soon. Otherwise, right now, strong storms, not quite severe across the Chillicothe area. Hey, Blue Thunder, how's it going tonight? Hope everybody's doing well tonight. Yes, Nathan, Enterprise, you missed it earlier. I think there was actually a couple tornadoes in Dade County, Alabama. Forget if that's the actual county of Enterprise or if that's the one next to you, but a couple tornado warnings and observed tornadoes today. But I think they were brief and more on that tropical tornado side. So I haven't heard of damage across the Enterprise area, but yeah, you guys, if you didn't know about it, then you, I guess, lucked out. Hey, Scooby-Roo, Logan, Ohio. Yeah, you're going to get that, you're going to be in that flash flood risk. Let's take a look. I could search it, but okay, there it is. I was right. I knew where it was. Yeah, you're going to be kind of right on the edge of really of everything there, of the flash flood risk and of the severe weather. It appears like most of the severe weather chances are going to be south of Logan at the moment. Yeah, this should continue to kind of head towards the south, these stronger storms. So away from the Logan. Heavy rain still next few hours. Flash flooding, especially south of Logan towards Athens. Just definitely turn around, don't drown if you're out and about in the morning. Especially before dark, if you get up, if anyone has work before dark or before sunlight, some of these areas, have gotten tons of rain, at least about 2 to 4 to 5 inches of rain, and it's still raining in a lot of these locations. So definitely turn around, don't drown. Just, it's better to take the long way to work and be a little bit late, or have to get up a little extra early than find yourself in a flood situation. So yeah, Logan should be good if you go to bed, just have a no weather radio on. But severe weather, I don't expect a lot towards Logan. Maybe back down towards Jackson County, Oak Hill, Pomeroy, Athens. Let's see, radar indicated tornado warning. They continue that for areas around Vevey, Warsaw, and Markland, and then into areas around Sanders. This is around the Kentucky Speedway area there in northern Kentucky. Still seeing broad rotation, continuing to work towards the east. Yeah, it's going to be from Sanders. We'll see if they extend it out Glencoe. I've been calling it out for a while. Dry Ridge, that Williamstown, Sherman area. I would expect they may extend that tornado warning that way. And yeah, seeing more flash flood warnings across southern Indiana, Orleans, and Washington counties, Bono, the Orangeville area over towards Little York. Pretty solid line of storms. This is where a little bit more severe weather is possible, I think, on the leading edge of this cluster right here. So that's going to extend down through Louisville and also likely extend maybe that way for Crittenden, Fairmouth, Maysville, potentially towards the Lexington area with a damaging wind and some embedded tornadic spin-ups like we've been seeing there. Yeah, a couple dangerous storms in that complex. We've lost a few of our tornado warnings across the southern Louisiana area. They are continuing the one near Houma. So Houma, Cozier, I think that is. Kosher. Still seeing that area of spin there, just near Kosher, Mulberry, and coming into the south sides of Houma. Wow. That's what Homa looks like right now. It looks like a hurricane. Let me see if we have a better camera. We have one that way? No. Let me get this cropped a little better. That way I can, yeah, that way we have a little better idea what's going on in the Homa area. All right, a little bit better perspective, I think. All right, there we go. There's pretty much downtown Homa area, uh, just on the northern side of this tornado warning. So looks like a couple maybe DOT vehicles. I see some flashing lights out there. Just making sure everything's okay. So yeah, broad circulation coming into Homa, Mulberry, Woodlawn, and if this warning does extend into downtown Homa. Another 12 minutes. Let's see, 20 miles an hour. Yeah, no problem, Scooby Roo. Thanks for tuning in tonight. It's pretty late there in Ohio. Local Bigfoot. Yeah, I had that happen one time. I had a we had a massive storm two years ago, something like that. Came through right on in the morning on trash day. Luckily, our trash had already come, so it didn't tip over the full trash can, but it chucked our trash can, I think, about 2 to 3 houses down. Still seeing broad circulation in there. Glencoe to Sanders. That's the tornadic part of the storm has relaxed just a little bit. Yeah, that was not fun. As soon as the lightning let up, I went and grabbed it, even though it was pouring rain still, just because there's still really heavy winds and I didn't want it to blow away more. But then I got like trash water on me, so I had to go get a shower and change again, and like it was just a mess. I had to drag it back all wet from like three doors down. Yeah, those trash cans can be an issue. Just flipping back and forth between reflectivity, which shows us basically the density of the meteors, how heavy the rain is, and then our velocity scan product. This is reds are going away from the radar and greens are going towards the radar. So just I'm just kind of confirming back and forth what we have, and I'm looking at 2 different velocity products too, just to kind of quick scan some of these newly severe storms in southern Ohio. They both also, not the one, but the one here near Sinking Springs has a tornado possible tag. So this National Weather Service is looking at this storm too. Looks like Cincinnati, we're in a little bit better shape now. Yeah, those heaviest storms are pushing off to the east through the Batavia area, through Bethel and Mount Orab. This storm has a little bit of damaging wind risk. It has a little bit of this backward C shape in here. This is where winds are kind of surging out along the leading edge of this storm. And yeah, that's a pretty nasty storm. You can also see it there in the velocity scan too. These are winds red going away from the radar. So they're surging out, just like we looked at. And then it looks like they're going to let that tornado warning expire. It expires in a couple minutes. Going to continue that tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. This has been upgraded also to a considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. So we're getting into that risk where there is more of a damaging wind risk along that leading edge. Similar to that storm I just looked at in Batavia, it has this kind of backward C shape where that wind is bowing out and surging out the leading edge of this storm. So that's kind of your damaging wind risk right in that area. On the kind of the north side of that, there is a little bit of spin still. So we could get another spin up, and that sometimes happens with these types of systems. This little spin kind of hangs out in there as a little bit of a calm ahead, and then the trailing side is where you get some of the stronger damaging winds. It can produce a tornado in there, but sometimes it becomes more of an accentuation of the wind rather than a tornado producing circulation. So we'll see how this kind of evolves in the next few minutes. But Crittenden, Dry Ridge, Williamstown, you definitely want to be in a sturdy structure away from windows. And I mean, if you feel comfortable, you can always take those tornado safety precautions, but at least want to be away from windows. Okay, this is a little bit more dangerous situation here into Homa. We now have a tornado confirmed. Looks like it's this area near Mulberry. A little bit of a correlation coefficient drop. Radar confirmed tornado, damaging tornado located over Homa, moving northeast at 25. Yeah, this is coming into the south sides of Homa. So continue to take tornado safety precautions. And let's track this out at the speed here at 25. Basically, Homa now. Yeah, Homa about 3 to 4 minutes tops. So you need to go to your safe place now if you haven't already. Savoy would be about 14 minutes. Raceland is going to be, yeah, the Raceland area about 32 minutes. So continue to take tornado safety precautions there around the Homa area. I would expect they'll send out a new warning here in the next couple minutes that probably, let's see. It's pretty much going this way. So probably a new warning. They'll put out something like that. And yeah, the winds have picked up quite significantly across the Homa area. Wow. Let's take that full for a minute. Or not full, but just more. Yeah, there's your tornadic circulation in there. Correlation coefficient shows us non-meteorological targets. Not technically, it shows us different shaped objects in the storms, and obviously, since basically most of the natural things in the storms, rain and hail, are somewhat similar sizes, it can help tell us which ones are non-meteorological targets. There is a little lower CC value. It's not crazy clear, but it's not like what we saw over the Madison area there earlier. But
a new tornado
and there's that new warning
has been issued.
They have extended that out through Savoy, through the Homa Airport, Woodlawn, Ashland, and then over through Lockport, Matthews, and areas around Raceland Junction, Lewistown, down to areas close to Valentine. Keeping an eye on this camera for a few minutes just to really get a sense of the wind and see if we can see any circulation, look for power flashes, that sort of thing. Louisiana 695. Let me find where this camera is. Okay, we're right there. Okay, so yeah, this circulation is coming up towards this camera perspective. This will be an interesting camera perspective just in the next couple minutes here. It's hard to say based on correlation coefficient if it's still on the ground. It may be. There is a little bit of a lower CC value in there. I don't know exactly which direction we're facing.
Has been issued.
I'm not familiar with the Homa area much. I've never really been down there, so... Seeing a few more cars out on the road. That's a little bit extra dangerous with the tornado warning continuing. Yeah, tornado warning continues there. Observe tag. Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes in southern Louisiana. It's over Homa, moving northeast at 25, radar confirmed tornado. Lockport, Matthews, and Raceland around 3:25 a.m. And we have to jump into areas in Ohio. This is that one storm that was a tornado possible severe thunderstorm we were watching. That is a tight area of circulation. That is a tornado likely in progress. Yep, there it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's near Arcoe along Ohio Highway 32, Tennyson, Pleasant Valley, Jasper, Wakefield, Beaver, Waverly. Tornado safe place. Lowest level interior room away from the doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside. Did we lose this camera? We might have some connectivity issues there. But yeah, Jasper, Wakefield, Waverly, tornado safety precautions all the way out towards Beaver. It's basically going to parallel, looks like Ohio Highway 32 across this warning polygon. But yeah, there's a clear picture. If you're new to the weather space, that is a much clearer picture here of non-meteorological targets versus meteorological ones. These green and blues are non-meteorological targets. They're different sizes that the radar is bouncing off of. And then these are all meteorological targets in the red and orange colors.
A new flash flood warning has been
issued. And you can see nothing there on the latest radar scan. And then one scan later, that was about 2 minutes difference. We had no tornado detected, and then now a tornado detected. So within about 2 minutes, that has quickly escalated. Pike and Scioto counties in south central Ohio, as well as Adams County. And that's moving east at 50 miles an hour. It's going to get through this warning polygon fairly quickly, but Jasper about 9 to 10 minutes. If it pulls north, Waverly 14. If it pulls south, Wakefield about 10 to 11 minutes. Stockdale 22, Beaver 24, and Jackson, Ohio would be about 36 if it holds together. So a couple different observed tornadoes. We have the one over Ohio, south of Morgantown, and west of Jasper. Jasper, you guys are center line for this. So Jasper, Piketon, you definitely need to be in your safe place in this location. Anywhere there along Highway 32. And yeah, new radar scan came in, a deeper debris signature. So this is doing damage along Highway 32. Elm Grove looks like a small community out here. Elm Grove is up next. Pleasant Valley, Piketon, and sergeants. And Jasper is also up next. Dangerous storm there. Let's see. We might have to reload that camera. Okay, that camera's back and it is in force. And I can already tell you we've had a wind direction change on that camera perspective. A little bit ago, that camera was blowing the opposite direction. So yeah, before that camera froze up, it was blowing from right to left. Now we're getting winds from the left to the right. So we have a circulation down on that cell. Look and pop back down there. We're bouncing between two literally opposite parts of the country. So I apologize for the somewhat fast motion there, but yeah, tornado is basically over this location here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
59 at 3087. And yeah, still seeing debris picked up in this area. It's likely a weak tropical tornado. It's somewhat broad, probably, and likely little suction vortices. And it's not the supercells like you see on the plains. And it may have just passed this location because it seems like the wind is dying down just a little bit. But we've definitely had a wind change. And that checks out because the last scan here, you can see this is wind going towards the radar in the green. If this is our camera position, we were in the green zone. So we had winds going towards the radar, pretty strong winds. And then that camera froze for a minute or two while we were talking about that other tornado warning. And then now we had winds going away from the radar, strong winds in the red. So we've had that camera in that tornadic circulation. Some good news is the power still looks like it's on. Sometimes these cameras just go down, not because they're knocked over or the power goes out, just because they have connectivity issues getting through the storm. So it looks like it was more of that situation, even though that tornadic circulation does appear to be somewhat over this camera perspective. And yeah, we've definitely seen that wind shift. We confirmed that there's a rotating mesocyclone, at the very least, a rotating mesocyclone in that location. Homa, and especially if you're north and east sides of Homa, you need to stay in your tornado safe space. Heads up for Lockport, Clotilda, Matthews, and areas that looks like it might go south of Raceland, but still want you to stay in your safe place if you're in the Raceland area. And unfortunately, it may not be done yet. Another area of tropical tornado risk coming off the Gulf. This could be another area, if it tightens up, heads towards Homa, Raceland, some of those same areas, maybe just on the west side of where some of those other circulations were occurring. But heads up in that area. And still a little bit of spin in there. Des Almonds up into St. Charles or St. Charles Parish. And yeah, that's going to skirt the west side of the New Orleans metro. Yeah, I want to get back up to our tornado warning in Ohio. Thank you, Raquel, for tuning in. It's late there. You guys have had a rough evening across the Ohio Valley tonight. Yeah, unfortunately, this is still looks like doing damage in, this is far east. This is way east of the Cincinnati area, but this is in Arizona, Tennyson, Pleasant Valley, approaching areas around Piketon and Sargents. Continuing east there, that is a tornado doing damage. And we've seen it on a couple different radar scans. And unfortunately, it looks like it's just basically following along Highway 32. One there. Nothing there. That's at 10. That's at 3:10 in the central time zone. So 4:10. 4:12, we have a tornado on the ground. So about 2 minutes that took to develop. The next radar scan, 2 minutes later, still in there and continues there. So likely still on the ground. It's broadened just a little bit, but still potentially on the ground there. Piketon, you guys are up next. Most of this nasty severe weather is all moving away from the Cincinnati area. So Cincinnati, I like my viewers here. I love that I'm getting views, but you can call it a night in Cincinnati. As long as you're in a safe, dry place and you're above any low-lying area that's prone to flooding,
has been issued.
You can call it a night across Cincinnati. You have a flood threat, stay safe, especially driving, and if you're in a low-lying, flood-prone area. But otherwise, the severe threat has pushed off to your east and also to your south. And they have issued a new tornado warning for that radar-indicated area around Dry Ridge. I think we gave that area around Dry Ridge probably like a 40-minute heads up, at least. I'd have to go back and check, but because we were talking about Dry Ridge when this storm was over in Madison. 2:22. Yeah, about almost an hour heads up. So that's the kind of stuff that I try to do on our stream. Science-based communication, not hyping, not clickbaiting, but trying to give people as much warning as possible, especially late at night. If we can give people some extra warning time late at night, that's a really key factor. Williamstown, Dry Ridge, tornado warning continues out towards Falmouth. This is for Grant and Pendleton counties in northern Kentucky. New tornado warning also, it's that area of circulation that has re-intensified. It came through the Raceland area. It has re-intensified Lawling, Hall, Hahnville, Norco, and then areas around Kenner. That's a tornado warning there for St. John the Baptist, St. Charles, and Jefferson parishes, southeast Louisiana. A little more populated areas here along the Mississippi River. A lot of more communities in here. Lone Star, Flagville, Hahnville, New Sarpy, Prospect, St. Rose, up to the 310 and 10 interchange. And then it goes out on the 10 and 55 causeway. That's west of New Orleans. It is headed northeast, so it's going to stay away from downtown New Orleans and those inner ring suburbs. But yeah, that's a new tornado warning. Let me get the pace on that one real quick. 20 miles an hour. Most of the storm down here, 20, 25. Good night, Buff and Puff. Thanks for hanging out with us. All right, some good news here. Man, that was a tight circulation. Developed very quickly too. Within just a couple scans, really not much circulation there. It's actually mostly winds going towards the radar site. And then it very quickly developed. Where are we getting radar data out of? Yeah. Wow, that really quickly developed there.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Luckily, that has also quickly weakened. We can see there's not as much of those bright reds and greens. And there still is some debris in here, but that is likely lofted debris that's already been picked up by the tornado rather than one that's still ongoing. If it is still ongoing, it's likely weakening because there is a little bit of red and green still, but it's likely on the downtrend phase. We still get a new warning there for central Jackson County. So the Storm Prediction Centers and the National Weather Service are trying to get warnings as much as possible out to some of these people. Yeah, let's check. I haven't seen any, at least on the correlation coefficient. Still listed as radar indicated, but we can take a look. This one looked a little broader just a few minutes ago. Yeah, it doesn't look like it tightened up as much. It tightened up to get a tornado warning, but it does look like it's a little bit more broad. Yeah, I don't see anything that touched down in here, but you can get tornadoes that don't show a lot of debris, so they can't get radar confirmed, and at nighttime, it's really hard to pick those out. Um, so nighttime, we're relying a little more on radar confirmed tornadoes. But yeah, I don't see anything in particular that screams that a tornado touched down there. This continues to work towards the east-southeast, so Brooksville, Augusta, Clio, I think that's how you pronounce that, is up next, kind of for that more tornadic part of the storm, and then we have a pretty solid line of severe weather down through now, closing in on the Lexington area, Midway, Shelbyville, and now east of Louisville. Yeah, Lexington, you guys are going to get in on some of these severe storms. Right now, less of a tornado risk, although there is a low tornado risk still along this line. It's mostly a damaging wind risk. Generally, gusts to about 60, 65 miles an hour. And the good news is we haven't had a big hail risk, so it's mostly damaging winds and a lot of lightning, as well as heavy flooding rains. But that should push through the Lexington area in the next little while. Get a timing on that for you guys. Moving east southeast to about 50, 55 miles an hour. So Lexington, roughly about the next half hour, you'll get in on that leading edge of the storms. All right, still seeing the radar indicated tornado warning around Hahnville and those areas in Jefferson Parish. It's riding up right along I-90 or US 90, also 631, and then it's going to follow 310, the 310 connector across the Mississippi River up to areas around Sellers and Prospect. Our other tornado warning has gone back to radar indicated, so that's a good sign that circulation has weakened. We saw that circulation on the camera with the evidence of the wind shift and the rain. Still seeing broad rotation in there. That's approaching Matthews, Clotilda, areas around, let's see. That's going to kind of parallel 90, areas just south of Raceland. Yeah, just make sure you're in a sturdy structure away from windows. If you have trees on your property, you may want to shelter a little bit tighter in a low level. But right now, it looks towards Lexington more of a wind risk. A little bit more of another broad circulation approaching areas around Homa. We'll see if that gets a tornado warning. Looks like it has a tornado possible tag on it. So if it tightens up anymore, it could get another tornado warning. I feel like the, I don't know, third or fourth one that's come across the Homa area alone. Wow. We're like back and forth across Ohio and southern Louisiana. Two new tornado warnings. Let's see. They've backed that one off to radar indicated, so that checks out what we saw just a couple minutes ago around the Pikeville area. I don't know. That's really interesting. That is one of the more interesting debris fallouts I've seen. if it is a debris fault. There's
A
not
new
much in the
flash
way of
flood warning
circulation
has been
there. There
issued.
does show still a little remnant circulation. So those two things, the velocity scan has come way down. Yeah, the velocity scans come way down. A little bit of remnant circulation. We'd normally be looking for a brighter spectrum width. Those say that this storm has gone back to radar indicated and not producing a tornado. This did broaden and it's more diffuse, so that looked like it was actually weakening. But then on the next couple scans, that actually looks like it's tightened back up. Usually we see more of a diffusion. I don't know. And it's deepened. So that is a weird radar return. That could still potentially be on the ground. I would definitely play it safe if I'm out there east of
A new
Highway
flash
32
flood
near the
warning has
Piketon
been
area.
issued.
And then over towards Jackson, basically following Highway 32. That could still be on the ground. And so, yeah, usually we see a more diffuse profile. It starts to spread out and kind of broaden and weaken.
A
And
new
instead
tornado warning has been
it's
issued.
deepened. You can see there's more blues in there now. Yeah, that's a weird one. Could still be on the ground near Piketon, Ohio. Did we get another tornado warning, or is that just a repeat? I think that was just a repeat. Yeah, that's my only thought, is maybe it's all fairly concentrated and just... Okay, that looks a little bit more like a diffusion. I don't know. It could have maybe just briefly touched back down again. It looked really weird right there. Yeah, because it actually kind of contracted a little bit and deepened. So it may have just briefly touched down again. That is a little bit more okay, probably not on the ground.
A new flash flood warning has
Either
been
way,
issued.
it can re-strengthen, it can develop a new area of circulation, so we do have to watch this storm. If you're anywhere in these warnings, still stay in your safe place there. But yeah, that's my thought there too, kind of maybe.
A new
Parkersville.
flash flood warning has been issued.
Check where are you guys? You guys are just over here. Or Parkersburg, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're in that leading cluster, right? Where can I get radar data out? Your closest radar site's out. Let's see. Normally that Charleston radar has this area covered pretty good. It's a little harder to see what's going on in this storm. So yeah, with the local radar being down, you may have some stronger winds that we're just not seeing right now on radar. But yeah, that is a nasty cluster. Looking at about 400 lightning strikes in this cluster. Heads up there, Parkersburg. Going to get a couple of different rounds of storms. Some of them may be not as severe, but a lot of heavy rain working through the Athens area. The strongest part of this cluster down here that has produced the tornado near Waverly will likely ride kind of on the southern flank of this cluster of storms. And at its current track should pass south of Parkersburg. We'll see. It could ride up a little closer though. So just make sure you have multiple ways to get warnings over the Parkersburg area. See, they're filling in more of these considerable threat flash flood warnings. Cincinnati starting to clear out a little bit.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Back to Homa, third or fourth tornado warning, it looks like. Oh no, this is Lockport. They're going to continue that around the Lockport area.
A new
We are back
flash
to
flood
Homa.
warning has been issued.
That has re-tightened, so that's close to producing near Matthews. There is another broad circulation coming into Homa. Tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. So continue to be ready to take tornado safety measures. And then we did get another
warning has been issued.
Hey, yeah. I just kind of got in a groove there, Noah. And then we had more tornado warnings. We've had, at one point, we had 5 tornado warnings in Louisiana alone. And we're back to 3 tornado warning
A new
storms right
flash flood
now.
warning has been issued.
So yeah, it's been a little bit of a crazy overnight session. More tornado warnings too. This was a little stronger when it was tornado warned. It looks like just to the east of
A
Huntington,
new flash flood
Huntingburg.
warning has been issued.
That has quickly broadened out, but there's a little bit of a shear profile right along this whole line. And we could get little spins right along that leading edge. You too. Give Noah a
A
like
new
and
flash
subscribe
flood
too.
warning has been issued.
Him and his team have covered a lot of miles the last week or two, and in the short time I've been a fan of their channel, they've captured some already amazing stuff.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Couple areas there still broadened rotation. They've extended though the considerable threat tag into areas there in southern Ohio around Georgetown, Ripley, Bentonville, and then into northeastern Kentucky, Augusta, Brooksville, Mount Olivet.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, there's your PDS warning. Oh, geez. They upped it even more. 80-mile-an-hour destructive tag. Have we had this? Usually these are confirmed. No, it's a radar indicated. Destructive thunderstorm warning, Pendleton and Bracken counties. You want to treat this very similar to a tornado warning. Lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Potentially 80-mile-an-hour winds, especially if you have trees on your property. Tree falls can do a ton of different damage. They obviously can wreck your property, but they can also cause fatalities and injuries. So you do want to treat a destructive severe thunderstorm very similar to a tornado warning, which this already has. Most of this area already has a tornado warning. If you read the details of the destructive warning, it's also very mirrored like the tornado warning. This also includes mobile homes. It's tough to stay in a mobile home with 80-mile-an-hour winds. That can actually flip the mobile home, cause it to rock off the foundation and then roll and shred apart, basically. Just like even weak tornadoes can do that to mobile homes. So you do want to find a sturdy, stable structure with a permanent foundation. If you're out ahead of this storm, you got to go now. And that's going to continue there from Falmouth to Cummingsville, Powersville, Petra, over towards Chatham, Bridgeville, and Augusta. Destructive severe thunderstorm, 80-mile-an-hour winds. That's basically ripping down the Ohio Valley there. Yeah, it got a second wind once it got to the Ohio River Valley. We now have a couple different tornado warnings along this line segment. We still have some kind of messy but discrete cells kind of in here. And then we have now this little bit of an MCS is formed with a little bit of a tornadic part on the comma head and then a big MCS bowing out with that destructive wind threat right along that leading edge. And we have flash flooding that's occurring there. And then we also have tropical tornadoes that have been in the Homa area, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 times. Yeah, more tropical tornadoes. This is probably going to get another tornado warning near Waterproof coming into Homa again. And then the second one down the line. Yeah, there's the lightning picking up on that Homa cam again. This is tightened back up near Raceland Junction. Don't see any correlation coefficient that really screams tornado, but... And then we still have the other one near Hahnville and Lawling.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
That one has broadened a little bit. Yeah, that's headed up towards Norco, and it's skipping most of the New Orleans metro. Wow.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, this system keeps going. New flash flood warnings are going to continue those because as this moves to the south, it's also training across each other. The individual storms are continuing to train basically across each other. Louisville, severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some small hail. A bigger risk also is the flash flooding across the Louisville metro, as well as southern Indiana. Let's see. We have the destructive tag. Treat this like a tornado warning. Butler, Felicity, Cleo, I think that is, Brooksville, Mount Olivet, and east of Barry. Yeah, that tornado circulation has broadened, so it looks like they're going to let the tornado warning expire and just continue with the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That pushes east at 50 miles an hour. Let's get a track on that one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow, this is going to move. If this continues at this pace, it is going to move pretty quickly across these areas. And I kind of messed it up because it bumped into the edge of the screen. Okay, there's better timing for you. Brooksville, about 5 minutes. Mount Olivet, 7. Dover, 17. Ripley, about 19 minutes. Manchester, 35. West Union, Ohio, about 38 minutes. And then Vanceburg, Kentucky would be about an hour, 55 minutes to an hour from the leading edge of that destructive winds. That's if that holds. Potentially there, that's some 70 to 80 mile an hour winds in that destructive bow echo. Pike County sounds familiar. Yeah, eastern Pike County still under a tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm capable tornado near Piketon, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Looks like it's mostly out of Pike County. Let's see. It's on the far eastern portion of Pike County near Beaver. Earlier we had the confirmed tornado kind of in central Pike County near Jasper, but that has quickly moved off to the east. Looks like it's going to be more of an issue there for Jackson County, southeastern Ohio. Give this a couple more minutes. If you're in the Pike County area, I would just wait just a few more minutes. Let this system clear. Where is the county line? Okay, right there. Yeah, it's more of an eastern Pike County thing. If you're basically west of 23, you're in a better shape for the tornado threat. 23 right there. Remnant of that circulation is basically right there at 32 near Beaver. A couple tornado warnings. Where are these out of? Okay, back to southern Indiana. Tornado warning continues there. Areas around English. This is Perry, Meade, and Crawford counties. That's moving east at 50 miles an hour. That area we saw has weakened some. They'll likely keep the tornado in place there, but the tornado warning, but still dangerous storm. All right, this is another tornado warning. This is the next one down for the Homa area. Wow. Homa, tornado safe place again. And actually, this is tightened up in the last little bit. It's almost in the same spot as the last one near Mulberry and Cozier. And it's going to swing through the Homa area, especially the center of town and then the southeast side of town. Yeah, If you're in Jackson County, Ohio, if that's where you're talking about Jackson, you definitely need to get in your tornado safe space there. Lowest level interior room away from those doors and windows. And basement or storm shelter are your better options. That area of circulation has broadened, but it may recycle. Yeah, still another circulation coming into Homa. Same thing there. Tornado safe place. Lowest level interior room away from the doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside. You have the other tornado circulation that's headed up just north of Raceland. And then this area is a little bit more broad around Prospect and
New
Hahnville.
information. This
That area
flash flood
continues
warning
there.
has
All
been
these in
upgraded.
Louisiana right now are currently radar indicated. We have had confirmed tornadoes, though, across the same area in southeast Louisiana. The flash flood risk is increasing there around Thibodaux, Homa, up towards areas west and southwest of the New Orleans metro. Starting to see more flash flood warnings expand across those areas as well. And then we've lost, okay, I guess we've lost our tornado warning, it looks like, across Jackson. They've dropped it down to a tornado possible tag. I don't know if I fully agree with that, but it has weakened some, so I guess that is true. There is still rotation in there. If you're already in your tornado safe space, I would just stay there and just wait, ride out this part of the storm, get the heaviest part of the storm through. But
a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. This is for Spencer, Shelby, Jefferson, and Bullitt counties in central Kentucky. North central Kentucky, it's for the Louisville metro.
Has been issued.
Severe thunderstorm capable producing tornado over Newburgh, moving east at 25. Radar indicated rotation. Looks like that rotation is basically over the airport right now. It's kind of weak, but it's basically there over the airport right now, just east of the airport. Moving east at 25. Yeah, it's right in there. Now just east of the airport. That's where it's kind of flared up. Wow. All right. A little bit of a prefrontal system there. Yeah, it's a little cell that's popped up out
New
in front.
information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right, tornado warning there continues for areas southeast sides of Louisville, Jeffersontown, Simpsonsville, Elk Creek. You have the other tornado warning west of the Louisville area, Leavenworth and English. And then still this powerful now kind of MCS has developed across northern Kentucky. This is going to extend the damaging wind risk across areas like Lexington, Jeffersonville, Salt Lick, Flemingsburg, eventually over towards West Union and Vanceburg. Looks like they're going to let that destructive tag work its way out. Still a considerable threat. Yes, 70 mile an hour winds potentially there. Let's look at that real quick. Buena Vista, Ohio. I don't know. I thought my internet went out a while back too. That's why I'm on a part 2 storm team. Maybe it was a YouTube glitch. It was a while ago. I thought it was internet, but maybe it was a YouTube thing or OBS or something. It took a minute to get back. Buena Vista, Ohio. Did I type that in right?
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, there you guys are. Buena Vista, Ohio. You're in better shape now. You're north of the boundary. Those storms are going to continue generally pushing off to your south and east. So severe threat limited from Buena Vista to the north, and that includes like the I-70 corridor, Zanesville, Columbus, Dayton, Richmond, into Indiana. You're good to go for the night. Like and subscribe. Click the bell icon. We'll cover you some other time in Buena Vista. Oh, geez. Yeah. Most places will cancel their EAS. And apparently they have re-upped this to a destructive tag. Radar indicated. Again, you want to treat the destructive severe thunderstorm warning like a tornado warning. Lowest level, into your room, away from doors and windows, put walls between you and the outside. Destructive severe thunderstorm continues for Bracken, Robinson, and Mason counties. And that continues to basically follow the Ohio River there. Georgetown, Augusta, Ripley, Bentonville. Keep an eye on this if you're in West Union. And then out towards Brooksville, Mount Olivet, and all of Mason County, Maysville, Fernleaf, Shannon, Orangeburg, and Wedonia. Severe thunderstorm there with 80-mile-an-hour destructive winds. We got more going on in Louisiana. Tornado warnings here. I believe one of them went observed. It's the Homa one again.
A new
Confirmed
flash
tornado
flood
over
warning has
Homa,
been
moving
issued.
east at 30 miles an hour. Radar confirmed damaging tornado for northeastern Terrebonne, northwestern Lafourche parishes. And yeah, that's back into the Homa area. Their second confirmed tornado warning. And I think it's their third or fourth tornado warning in general. We may lose that camera again. Let's see. Nope, it's there again. Okay, this is coming back up to our camera. This potentially is the second tornado that we're going to see on this camera perspective. And this one appears to be a little bit tighter. There seems to be a little bit more cluttered debris signature here. This could be a little stronger than the last one. Yeah, our camera is located like right there. So it's about to go downhill very, very quickly here. And yeah, oh boy, we'll see if this camera holds, but this could be a problem here. South and east sides of Homa. Anywhere in the Homa area, you need to be in your safe place, but this tornado is located south and east sides of Homa. Woodlawn, Presqu'île, and areas there east and north of Homa, Savoy. Eventually back towards Lockport, Clotilda, Matthews, Valentine. I would just be ready for another tornado warning as well. South shore of Kentucky. Let's take a look. A lot of northern Kentucky is under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. South shore, Kentucky. Okay, Portsmouth, Ohio, basically that area. All right. Nothing yet across that area. It's actually been kind of quiet. This complex of storms is making its way towards you guys. We'll see how severe it is before it gets there. But right now, across Augusta, Georgetown, areas just west of West Union, we have a destructive severe thunderstorm. If this gets to you as still a destructive severe thunderstorm, you want to treat it like it's a tornado warning. So South Shore, Kentucky, chance of a tornado or two in that area, but the primary threat is going to be a damaging wind threat, potentially 70, 80 plus miles an hour. They have issued a new tornado watch, so that goes quite a while here. Let me get the details on that one. Oh, wow. This one's going to go a while. It is a tornado watch across the Ohio Valley. This is southwestern parts of West Virginia, southern parts of Ohio, and eastern and northern parts of Kentucky, excluding the Cincinnati area, essentially. Northern Kentucky, not in this watch. It includes areas like Louisville, Elizabethtown, Madison, Lexington, Barra, and then over towards Portsmouth, Huntington, Beckley, Parkersburg, and areas like Fayetteville, Somerville, Glenville in West Virginia. You can see it there in the purple pinky color. but it includes a couple of strong tornadoes are possible. So this is a fairly high-end severe weather watch. Isolated hail up to quarter size. Hail is not a big threat. And widespread gusts up to 70 miles an hour are likely. So they're expecting this convective system to work through this area with potentially some embedded tornadoes as well as widespread wind gusts, damaging winds in here. And this goes through this morning. It goes through 11 a.m. Eastern time. That's 11 a.m. Eastern and 10 a.m. Central. So yeah, that is a pretty extended watch. So it goes through your full morning commute. If you're getting kids off to camp or school, I don't think anyone's in school anymore, but all right, here's that tornado warned storm back in Houma, Louisiana. So the winds have definitely picked up in there. Kind of looking for power flashes or wind direction changes. Sounds good, storm team. Have a good night. I'm hoping things will wind down a little bit soon, but it doesn't look like it now. Let's take this over to the model data because it looks like this is a little feistier than some of the model data showed. Yeah, model data earlier didn't really show a convective system, so I'm curious to see here. It does show more of a convective system. We can see this big little lump in here. So that is differences in the model trends just over the last couple hours. So in general, looks like the model just very roughly, not a full forecast, but just looking at this live like I just did. The model takes essentially that convective system, kind of pushes it across this way, as well as some of those storms across southern Ohio, continues to push that towards West Virginia. So essentially, those two complexes of storms continue to work south and east across that watch area. We do like that newest tornado warning in the Louisville area. Do need to watch out for potentially some more prefrontal cells that are discrete. These could have a little bit of an all hazards threat, as well as there's going to be these Boeing segments of line segments that have damaging wind potential, potentially up to that destructive tag, like we've seen before. But also, there are some areas that have a little bit of kind of embedded supercellular features within the line segment, like we've also been dealing with. So yeah, it does look like the model data kind of leaning towards that all hazards threat as well. And yeah, it extends back. This is the newest tornado watch, but extends far south, southern Indiana, southern Ohio,
A new flash flood
southwestern West
warning has been
Virginia,
issued.
and northern and eastern Kentucky. So yeah, that checks out, and the model's getting pretty good data because it's showing the storms somewhat where they are. Yeah, tornado watch in Kentucky, northern and eastern Kentucky, along the Ohio River, and then also into West Virginia here until 11 a.m. So it's going to be a while. 10 a.m. Central and 11 Eastern. All right, back into Louisiana. We also have a tornado watch here. This goes until 6 a.m. Central. So another couple hours, 6 a.m. Central. Continuing a couple different tornado warnings across the areas in southern Louisiana. The one near Houma has gone back to radar indicated. That's a good sign. Take a look at this again. Yeah, still seeing broad circulation in this cell near Houma. It has relaxed just a little bit. It's much tighter, and it was a confirmed tornado there near Mulberry and on the south sides of Homa a little bit ago. It has quickly broadened out, so that is a good sign. And sometimes you'll see these tropical tornadoes do that. They are a little bit lower. Yeah, they are a bit more susceptible to broaden very quickly and then tighten back up also very quickly. So keep an eye on that one. Tornado possible continues there in a couple different locations in southern Louisiana, Bayou Gauche, Green Acres, and then out to the area south of Raceland near Lockport. Some more positive information here. West Union, Portsmouth, and Vanceburg. They're going to continue the considerable threat. They may be finally dropping that 80-mile-an-hour destructive tag. It's still a dangerous storm complex near Ripley, Georgetown, Cherry Fork, West Union, Manchester. It's continuing to work across basically the Ohio Valley, about 50 miles an hour. There is a little area spin in here too. And you can even see it kind of spiraling in right now too. It's an interesting feature. South of that area of spin, that's where we have some of our stronger winds in here too. Flemingsburg, approaching Owensville. On the north side of Lexington, that's knocking the door. North side of Lexington through Georgetown. And oh, my throat's getting dry. Yeah, there may be some power issues but along these storms, especially if you're in those 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds. Tree limbs get knocked down onto power poles, and then you're without power for a little while. We still have that tornado warning. Jeffersontown, West Bushel, Hollow Creek, Seatonville, over towards Simpsonville. Take a look at this area. Doesn't look crazy tornadic right now. At least on this this radar scan here. But that storm has kind of gotten incorporated into the line segment, so that may have wiped out its little mesocyclone. It very briefly was tornadic. It looks like it had a little couplet right near the airport there, and then this little hook right in here when it went tornado warned. It has now kind of lost that a lot. It's still in here a little bit near Seatonville, but continue to take tornado safety precautions south and east of the Louisville area around Jeffersontown and Elk Creek. But that storm doesn't look imminently tornadic anymore. Good to note, the camera is working, and despite a couple different tornadoes near this circulation or near this camera, it does appear like the power is still on across the Homa area. This tornado warning also expires in about 10 minutes, and another area of storms doesn't look imminently tornadic right now. Leavenworth, English, Marengo. Still a dangerous storm system, though. And then we're losing some of our warnings across southern Ohio. There are some strong storms still near Wilkesville, Vinton, and Wellston. Tornado possible tag, that's that storm through the Jackson area. For the most part, the strongest part of that storm is east of Jackson and southeast of Jackson along Highway 35, moving towards Minnerton. And then especially areas south of there, that's where closer to the Ohio River, you have this risk for this mesoscale convective system that's kind of working through now. This big bow echo has kind of formed, and it's going to continue pushing east with the embedded tornado risk on the leading edge, as well as the risk for damaging to destructive winds. Those are pushing through Camargo, Sharpsburg, Vanceburg, eventually along I-64 Salt Lick, kind of basically paralleling 64 and the Ohio River at the moment. And yeah, that will get over to South Shore, to Ironton, Portsmouth, and then really into the Huntington, West Virginia area. They have bumped some of this slight risk up a little bit into Kentucky and into West Virginia with the expectation of that severe threat. Because yeah, this is going to continue into the day 2 or the day 1, which kicks in at about 6.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Back to Louisiana, radar indicated tornado warning. This is going to be for north central Lafourche Parish, just 8 miles northeast of Homa, moving east at 30. This is that other circulation. It is now cleared the Homa area. Still seeing pretty strong circulation in there. Wouldn't be surprised if that tries to wrap up, producing a new tornado. Lockport, Matthews, Clotilda, and then over towards Camardell. Homa, you guys are finally kind of on the back side of the storm cluster. It's a nasty storm. This cluster alone has about 1,100 to 1,200 lightning strikes from Homa to Raceland and areas here in southeast Louisiana. If I pull it out even further, it has more. So a bunch of different tornado warnings there in southern Louisiana. And this could continue through quite a bit of the day as well. That current tornado warning approaching Lockport. The other area has weakened around Des Allemands. We'll continue to monitor that one. And then the other area has also weakened as it's moved up west of the New Orleans area. We haven't had an immediate threat in New Orleans if you're just kind of waking up, stirring around because there's a lot of lightning and thunder around. However, we'll see this complex is slowly starting to shift towards the east. We do have the flash flood risk across this area as well. And the tropical tornado threat, as well as the flash flood risk, will continue to kind of advance north and east towards New Orleans through the early morning hours. We can go back up there. Okay, you're in that flood risk area. So ongoing storms, still ongoing. The severe threat is starting to shift to your south as long as this area of circulation doesn't get back up towards you. But it looks like it's more on the easterly path. Waverly Piketon, your severe threat should start to ramp down over the next hour or so, especially once this convective system passes you. Still a little bit of a risk. It could still kind of maybe pull towards the north. I don't think it's going to. I wouldn't bet on it, but it could. Once this area gets past you guys, like out here, then your severe risk is really going to, and more like out here, your severe risk is going to ramp down, similar to Cincinnati. They've officially dropped the tornado watch across the Cincinnati area, including Claremont County, as well as into the counties there around Cincinnati, northern Kentucky, and into Indiana. So severe risk is starting to wind down across southwest Ohio. Another flash flood warning across parts of western Missouri, with a flash flood warning there. May get some isolated flash flooding across the Ozarks, I think earlier, or I was going to say earlier tomorrow morning, but earlier this morning. Let's see. Lexington, no tornado warning for Lexington. You guys have the severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some small hail in some pockets like over here near Paris, but Most of Lexington, it's going to be a wind risk coming in from the north. Some of the higher winds are going to be east of there, but still a wind risk coming in from the north side of town. It doesn't look tornadic right there. A lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, and that includes areas like Lexington, Georgetown,
A new
Frankfort.
flash flood warning has been issued.
Heavy rain is going to continue. They're going to continue to warn these flash flood warnings. Areas around Shelbyville, Frankfort. Yeah, that's a new flash flood warning that covers 64 from Midway, north of Lexington, all the way, basically flash flood warnings all the way into Louisville. And then still checking out this system. Not tornadic anymore. They'll likely drop that warning. Thank you. Thank you. Happy to help. We also have some new warnings also even into northern West Virginia. Monongahela, areas around Star City, Morgantown. This is that little nasty line of storms that's pushed through the Ohio River Valley already. Severe warning there, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not really a hail threat, just winds and a decent amount of lightning. Louisiana is going to be a rough one. We've had a number of tornado warnings across South Louisiana. Nothing immediate into the New Orleans area yet. We have 3 ongoing tornado warnings with radar indicated tornado warnings. This is all going to push towards New Orleans, though, over the next couple hours. Immediately, New Orleans, not in a tornado warning, but this whole complex of storms is working your way. A little bit more of an easterly push just in the last little while. And let's pull that up. Yeah, there's a big mass of tropical rain, a lot of lightning, and pockets of damaging winds, as well as the risk for tropical tornadoes that are on the kind of on that leading edge of that complex of storms, and that is going to work towards the New Orleans area in the next few hours. Unfortunately, it may be closer to rush hour. Not in a while. The Homa area has had a couple confirmed tornadoes tonight. Although a couple of those circulations came very close to this camera position and the lights are still on. So that's a good sign. Tropical tornadoes tend to be a little weaker than the supercellular tornadoes. But yeah, still seeing a circulation in here. Lockport, Clotilda, and Matthews. That one is broad right now. Kind of on the leading edge of that. The other warning they may let expire, Southern St. Charles Parish. Yeah, Southern St. Charles Parish, that area has kind of broadened a little bit as I came across the Green Acres area. But we'll continue to watch that. That's going to slide up along 310. That's kind of been the path of these. They've been west of Kenner, west of the airport, kind of sliding along the 310 corridor, then out over the western part of the lake. But yeah, there has been, I think we've seen 3 to 5 confirmed tornado warnings across southern parts of Louisiana. So most of those were in Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes. I think a couple in St. Charles Parish, mostly out in the swamps here. Yeah, this is going to be not a wind event as far as like the hurricane or tropical storm force winds, but there are going to be gusty storms that can tap some of those wind energies in the with the tropical system, and then also just a ton of heavy rain. And I wouldn't be surprised if they push these flash flood warnings across the New Orleans metro, eventually across the North Shore and into southern Mississippi as well over the morning. Yeah, no problem. Southern Mississippi, yeah, you are under that tornado watch. Let me I'll just clear off the radar so you can see those. Couple tornado warnings. They're still kind of confined to that area right now, but as this big batch of moisture and thunderstorms lifts north and northeast, that's when your tropical tornado risk really kind of intensifies. There is a low risk with some of these bands in here, but it seems to be this main band that has most of the tropical tornado threat right now. So yeah, it looks like emergency vehicles rolling through. So yeah, it's kind of this band in here as that pushes its way up into southern Mississippi. That's where your threat increases. If you're talking about southwest Mississippi, like Woodville area, slightly lower risk for the tornado risk, and yeah, that area not under a tornado watch right now. More police activity, I guess. There, this watch goes until 6 a.m. I would guess they'll probably put a new watch out that replaces that. And let's see. No discussion on that yet, but as we get closer to 6 a.m., uh, they'll probably put a new watch out. And even if they don't at 6 a.m., I would guess they'll probably put eventually some watches out that go cover areas in southern Alabama and probably even a little further into Mississippi at least. Yeah, the tornado risk today is kind of basically as that slug of moisture heads up this way. It'll be on the southern and eastern edge of that. So as that kind of works its way up, southern Mississippi and southern Alabama into even central Alabama and also the Florida Panhandle under a level 2 out of 5 slight risk, and that is a tornado-driven slight risk. And then tons of flash flooding. Yeah, and someone pointed out earlier these are fairly rare. They're particularly dangerous situation flash flood watches. So they are really expecting some excessive flash flooding across southern Mississippi, southern and central Alabama. That is a rare thing.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And just as I pulled away from there, we're back into Louisiana. This is going to be for that area, St. Charles Parish. Looks like some of the same corridors there, just west of Kenner. Northeastern St. Charles Parish, capable of producing a tornado over Lulling, moving northeast at 25. So Kellogg, Lone Star, St. Rose, Silex, and areas there just west of Kenner. I think that gets into some really less populated areas. Yeah, gets out into that causeway. This is a new tornado warning for you guys. Here's a look at that tornado warned storm. This is I-10 at 310, and the visibility has dramatically decreased. This one is going to be a rain wrap circulation. Yeah, if it's in here, it's just near Kellogg. Rain wrap circulation approaching Lone Star, Silex, St. Rose, and then eventually out over the open water of the lake. There's another area of rotation out over the lake, too. That other tornado warned storm still in there near Raceland. They're
New
increasing considerable threat for the flash flood warning. Flash flood warning there continues. 2 to 4 inches of rain already, and more rain is expected. So 2 to 4 inches of rain can do a lot. Yeah, tornado warning continues there around Kellogg and Lone Star. basically will parallel 310 up into areas around the lake. And as we're getting into 4:20 in the morning Central Time, 5:20 Eastern Time, we are getting more traffic. You can see the causeway out here has a little bit more traffic on I-10 and 310. So cars have to be aware they're getting into a tornado warning. Oh, geez. Yeah, more flood. That's why it's a PDS then. Because, yeah, you're going to get more rain across the same areas in southern Mississippi into southern Alabama, and then kind of following 65 up to the Montgomery area. Yeah, and it's already raining and storming in some of those locations. And the heaviest is kind of back in this area, still kind of pulling off the Gulf. But yeah, dangerous flash flooding is going to continue. And in pockets, isolated areas of flash flooding, even into Friday across these areas, across the Gulf South and into the Southeast. They've upped the tornado possible tag in that Morgantown storm. Yeah, there is a little bit of spin in there as well. Near Fairview, approaching areas on the west side of Morgantown. Looks like we're getting radar out of the Pittsburgh area. So yeah, this is wind going away from the radar, wind going towards. It's very broad. That one's probably at that intensity going to stay a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to continue up Granttown, Morgantown, getting up into southwest Pennsylvania around Spring Hill, and then down towards Reedsville. There's a decent amount of lightning in those storms across the Louisiana area too. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there. Pomeroy, Chester, Tupper's Plains, Coolville. That's getting into eastern Ohio, into West Virginia around Parkersburg. I think we talked about Parkersburg earlier. That severe cluster. Once you get through that severe cluster, you're in a little bit better shape. But one more kind of severe cluster, especially looks like south and southwest of Parkersburg. Mostly a wind risk. There is a tornado possible tag on that. Not seeing as much rotation in that part of the storm as much anymore. And then areas approaching Rosemont, Friendship, the Shawnee State Forest. We are still seeing that tornado possible tag in here. There is rotation kind of broadly in there. And you can see it in the reflectivity. This is a big calm ahead now. Sometimes those do produce tornadoes, but they usually just accentuate that wind risk. And that's what we've also seen with some destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. Basically, that whole complex is headed out along the I-64 corridor. That should get over to Huntington. And this is Portsmouth, I think, or Portsmouth, where is that? Yeah, there it is, Portsmouth, Ohio. Severe warning there, 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threat. Again, this area has a lot of trees and forests, so treat that with a little extra respect with all the trees and properties and things, and terrain, a lot of hilly terrain. Back to the west of that leading edge, 60-mile-an-hour winds, not a lot of hail in here. Lexington, Salt Lick, areas along I-64, it's mostly just really strong winds, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a lot of lightning, and a ton of heavy rain. Lawrenceburg area, 60. Sometimes you can see little pockets that may burst a little forward. Those may provide a little bit of localized areas, 60 plus, 65, something like that. This tornado warning, I think they're just going to let expire. It hasn't been tornadic in a while. Looking at the tower radar, it's getting kind of contaminated there. And then starting to see a little less severe weather across the areas west of Louisville. Those storms kind of tail off a little bit. Yeah, still some scattered storms across southern Indiana, southern Illinois, even back across southern Missouri. Yeah, there's even storms back there. But severe weather, a little more concentrated now into northeast southeastern Kentucky, and then a little bit into West Virginia as well. Starting to see a little bit of replacement here. 60-mile-an-hour winds, West Liberty, Sandy Hook. Not seeing as many of those destructive or considerable threat tags, but we'll continue to keep our eye on those. Mississippi tomorrow, Jackson, Mississippi. I don't think so. Let's take a look. Yeah, level 1 marginal risk. It's mostly going to be for scattered storms, some tropical moisture around. Yeah, Jackson may get some storms tomorrow. This is a model run, so it's just what one model thinks of that. Oh, it's going to get, I guess, pretty stormy for Jackson, but not as much severe weather. The better or the higher severe chances are on the southern and the eastern sides of this big pocket of moisture that's coming up and associated with the brief tropical storm. Yeah, more of the severe weather chances stay across coastal Mississippi, Hattiesburg, and then back in this model wants to, particularly tomorrow night, bring a pretty strong cluster across southern parts of Alabama. But yeah, heavy rain. Prepare for some localized flash flooding across the Jackson area. It's not going to be the greatest day. See, the lightning has really picked up on that camera in that tornado warning. Take a look at that real quick, and then we'll get into a couple other places there. Owensville, Ohio. Let's check. We'll check that next. Still seeing that area there of spin. It's approaching the areas just on the west side of the New Orleans metro, around South Kenner, basically the Kenner line, Rost, Corso, and those areas should stay west of downtown Kenner and more the populated areas of the lakeshore. Radar indicated tornado, broad rotation there, Des Almonds, east of Raceland, and then a weakening area of rotation near Lockport. I don't know if that'll get rewarned. All right. Yeah, they have expired that tornado warning around the Louisville area. So Kentucky right now, it's just a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some small hail in pockets. Shelbyville to Taylorsville, Lawrenceburg to Lexington, Paris, over towards Owensville, Kentucky. We got the question about Ohio. I'll get that in a minute. Frenchburg, West Liberty, 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some quarter-size hail.
New information. This flash
The
flood
leading
warning
edge
has
of this
been
complex
upgraded.
of storms, that's where we have the risk for still some the good news is they've dropped that considerable threat too. This is slowly on the downtrend. Tornado possible, but now being downtrended to a 60-mile-an-hour severe
New
thunderstorm.
information. This flash flood warning has been upgraded.
We had the 70 and considerable threat just a few minutes ago. Still seeing some rotation in here near Vanceburg. And then let's get to Owensville, Ohio. Let's see. Let's get to Owensville, Ohio. While I'm pulling up Owensville, Ohio, I just need to find the location. If you're new here, give us a like and subscribe. We do severe weather coverage Not all the time, not every day. We do forecast videos and forecast discussions. Give us a like and subscribe. Click the bell icon. Get notified when we go live. It helps the channel. It's a free way to support the channel and get life-saving weather information to more people. Get that algorithm cooking and get things sent out to more people. Let's see. Owensville, Ohio. I don't know why it didn't pull up on the program, but okay, you guys are in the Cincinnati metro. Claymaster. You should be okay for that severe risk. Let's go up that way. We'll slide up. Severe risk is diminished across the Cincinnati metro. Yeah, the entire Cincinnati metro really clear of any severe weather. They've dropped the tornado watch across those areas. And then there is the flash flood risk. It's still ongoing. The rain should diminish here in the next little while. There's a couple showers and storms still across especially those eastern and southern sides of Cincinnati. But the rain is going to continue to work down through the drains and cross, concrete and funnel into streams and creeks and rivers. So flash flooding will continue behind the storms even a few hours. Yeah, these flash flood warnings continue another couple hours or so. But other than that, flash flooding, turn around, don't drown. Make sure you're above, safe, dry place, and then you're good to go for the rest of the evening. Yeah, that severe threat has pushed on. Yeah, no problem. We're about to lose all of our Cincinnati followers right now. Our viewers from Cincinnati are just gonna drop like a rock. But have a good night, good morning. Couple still tropical tornado threats down here. This is now east of Homa, north and east of Homa. It's taking a little while to load in all of the lightning in here. There's still a ton of electric storms in this area in southern Louisiana. And now for the first time, we are getting a little bit of a shove to the east.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is going to be a tornado risk for the more immediate metro area. This is northwestern Jefferson Parish in southeast Louisiana. Storm capable of producing tornadoes and straight line winds over Kenner, moving northeast at 25.
Has been issued.
Kenner, Metairie, Elmwood, all those areas there. Tornadic severe thunderstorm will affect the New Orleans Armstrong International. Yeah, it is pushing a little bit more northeast now. The storm has turned a little bit. It was originally pointed more towards the lakeshore. Still seeing an area of rotation back here. Lone Star and Salix. And then this wind threat is going to push across Kenner and the Metairie area. Let's see. Rotation is backed off just a little bit. Yeah, but the wind threat is picked up. There are also, this is on the tower radar, so we're getting really low level looks at things. There are a little bit of spins in here. One right there near South Kenner. One coming up towards the Kenner area. So yeah, I agree with that. Tornadoes and straight line winds. It's going to push through areas around Kenner, Elmwood, Metairie, and then along Pontchartrain shores, basically out over the causeway. Northeast at 25. Kenner like 3 minutes or less, Elmwood 14, and Metairie about 20. as that lifts off to the north and east. Beckley, West Virginia. Let's take a look. I think you guys are still ahead of those storms. There it is. Okay, Beckley along 64. Yeah, you guys are out ahead of those storms. So tornado watch goes until 11 a.m. across this area in West Virginia. It is primarily going to be for the wind and tornado risk. Yeah, not as much of a hail risk across the areas here in the tornado watch. Mostly wind, line embedded tornadoes. There is some model data we looked at a little while ago that shows the potential later today or this morning for a few little pop up prefrontal cells that we may have to watch out for. Those could have some tornado threat as well. I haven't seen any of those developing anytime soon, but it's mostly, I think, going to be a line embedded tornado risk as this works its way towards the east and also towards the southeast. So wind and line embedded tornadoes for the most part. Make sure you have a way to receive weather warnings because this is going to be kind of a weird time frame. It's going to be in the morning hours. A lot of times we get severe weather in the afternoon or the evenings. This is all stuff ongoing from yesterday afternoon and evening. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, make sure you have a way to get weather warnings because it is a weird time of day. At least it's going to get light in a little while. That'll help a little bit. Let's see. Jackson, Ohio. I don't think so. I think you guys are north of more of that severe threat. Let's find you guys again. Oh, it's right in here. Yeah, you're close. This severe storm may lift up towards you guys. Wouldn't
A
be
new
surprised if
tornado
that gets
warning
filled
has
in, a
been
severe
issued.
thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-an-hour winds, not really a hail threat. Maybe a little bit of small hail, but yeah, I don't see much hail in there. But yeah, this may lift up towards that 32 corridor. So once you get past this, once you get back in here, then your severe risk is done. So you got a little bit more there across the Jackson area. And in fact, I'd kind of treat it like it's a severe warning because you have severe warnings basically all around you. So I'd treat it very similar to a severe thunderstorm warning if I was in the Jackson, Ohio area. Thank you so much. Yeah, give us a like and subscribe. That bell icon really helps. We're trying to do stuff without clickbait. Keep things pretty focused on severe weather coverage and no hype weather communications and science-based communications. Got some storm chasers added to the group now, so now we do have storm chasers. They are all sleeping at the moment. You guys, most of our audience in here now probably missed the Midwest storm chasing earlier, but yeah, that certainly helps. A couple of different tornado warnings still ongoing across southern parts of Louisiana, St. Charles Parish, and now into Jefferson Parish. This is finally starting to push out of the Homa area. I think Homa had 4 or 5 tornado warnings. Hey Logan, yeah, welcome back. Yeah, you're up early, I guess. Early or late, or I don't even know what I am anymore. I don't know if it's late or early. I think it's a little both. But yeah, there's your area of circulation. A couple areas of circulation in here. And then this is a little less of a tornado risk at the moment. It appears to be more of a damaging wind risk. There is the risk for a few little quick spins along there and across Kenner, but it does appear like it's more of a wind risk. You can see that bowing shape. Yeah, yeah, early. Mm. And yeah, unfortunately, in this tornado warning storm approaching the Kenner area, you can see there's more traffic above me on this camera perspective as we are getting into earliest part of rush hour. Not quite rush hour yet, but getting approaching the 5 o'clock hour. This is going to be a big mess along the causeway this morning. There is also an embedded supercell in here that we have to watch for a tropical tornado risk. I believe this is one of our storms that was warned earlier, but there is some weak rotation showing now across the causeway. Yeah. It's picked up a little bit. Headed generally towards the Lacombe area along the North Shore. Yeah, it's kind of moving north and east, so likely we'll skip Mandeville and the Covington area, but towards the Macomb area, that's where we have to watch for some landfalling waterspout / tropical tornado risk. Whoa, pretty big lightning there. You can see kind of off in the distance a little bit. We're getting a little bit of a break in the rain. There's a very low cloud base. So that's the other thing, is it doesn't take much for these tropical tornadoes to get to the ground. The LCLs are really low. A ton of moisture and humidity in here. Yeah, there's a little bit of a base right in there. Probably the leading edge of that wind. Yeah, that's pretty constant lightning. It's like just across the New Orleans metro, there's about 440 lightning strikes. And yeah, that's pushing into the Kenner area. Bissonnette Plaza, Elmwood, Bridge City, eventually over towards the Causeway approach. And it may not be the only one, just kind of like Homa had earlier. There's one cell here. There's another cell also tornado warned back by Des Allemands. The third cell has kind of broadened out a little bit, but there may be more that spin back up. So we have to watch kind of this whole corridor. And then, yeah, starting to have to watch like the North Shore. That area of rotation over the causeway. Yeah, spectrum width shows us a pretty good area of, those are the heaviest winds. They're pushing right through the airport now. Danger storms this morning across the areas there. Metairie, Kenner, potentially pushing into downtown New Orleans. Let's see. Right now, it appears like more of a wind risk if it does get down that way. But this area could get storms later today. And I believe you guys are under a slight risk across southeast Kentucky. That slight risk would be mostly a damaging wind risk by the Storm Prediction Center. Can't rule out a tornado. Any severe storm can produce a tornado. But yeah, tomorrow it's mostly that wind risk for that part of the country. There you go. There's the latest wind risk in here. We may start to lose that tornado dynamic, especially as the system pulls away from the areas there in the mid-south. There's a little bit more of a tornado dynamic tomorrow up here. I believe they have this highlighted for some tornadoes. But yeah, the low and some of those jet stream level energies pull away. And then there's another area highlighted for tornadoes tomorrow, or today, I guess. Today across the southeast, the Gulf South. And yeah, there's that area there. That's going back closer to some of those higher shear environments and on the low pressure that pulls off into Canada. Hammond, Louisiana, you're okay for now. It's wet, obviously, wet and stormy, but we have to watch this tropical tornado risk generally across the whole southeast Louisiana area. We haven't had any tropical tornadoes yet on the North Shore, but there are some embedded tropical supercells kind of approaching. There's one in here near the Causeway approach. If you have travel into New Orleans today, it's going to be a rough one. And flooding is going to be an issue. This flooding is going to continue to spread across southeast Louisiana. But this is not severe in the sense of like 60, 70 mile an hour winds like we're seeing across the Ohio Valley. This is a big line cluster of really heavy tropical downpours, tons of lightning, and there's some embedded tropical supercells that have had transient circulations with them. Yeah, yeah, it only had a very small window, and it took advantage of it. It popped offshore. I don't know where it popped offshore, but maybe somewhere like here. It basically went like this. So it just got off into the Gulf just enough to get to tap a little bit extra juice. And there is a broad kind of Central American gyre over this area. This time of year, it's kind of pretty typical, but there's a general low pressure called the Central American gyre that sits over Central America, the Yucatan, the southern parts of Mexico. That gyre can help spin up systems kind of broadly because it's a broad area of low pressure, especially across like the Pacific. It tends to spin up systems that go this way, or we've had a couple that kind of went like this. But every now and then that Central American gyre early in this hurricane season can spin up stuff kind of in the southern Gulf and in the extreme western Caribbean. And that Central American gyre plus remnants of Christina helped kind of create a little bit of a low that tracked kind of like this, went into Mexico, and then kind of came back. Yeah, it was an interesting development path. Went into Mexico as a really disorganized low, and then just kind of popped out, became a tropical system, and then went back in. So that tends to be what happens early in the hurricane season is you get usually a brief, weak tropical system to kind of get things going. But those can do a lot of flood threat. There's already been flash flooding and damaging flooding across Texas and the Texas Gulf Coast the last few days, even before it was named. Yeah, it's an interesting area. Seeing pretty solid severe storms. We haven't had as many tornado warnings the last little bit. These storms are slowly starting to look a little bit weaker. We're not seeing those highest reflectivity values in here anymore. Yeah, we're getting good data out of the Wilmington radar. If I step it back a little bit, you can see this was a little more organized. It has this comma had this little area of rotation in there, and then a pretty solid line of severe storms. That was about 4:20. Now about a half hour later, it's progressed. It still has that comma, that broad rotation in there. Still has this leading edge, but it's not as it's not you don't see all those oranges and red and deeper colors. So it is becoming a little bit more diffuse, a little less intense. Back here though, tons of heavy rain. Louisville, Shelbyville, Lexington, Paris, Sandy Hook, West Liberty. We'll likely see more flash flood warnings pick up in this corridor. And as this whole system sags to the south. Yeah, the leading edge is definitely falling apart. And also the southern edge is not making as much forward progress to the south. It's going to slowly start to fall apart too. this will be interesting. The models, I don't know if the models had much on this, but this may leave some outflow boundaries across Kentucky today that with daytime heating and some moisture up from the Gulf and the tropical low. The tropical low is not going to make it up to you, but some extra moisture and juice. There may be some interesting things that happen there in that slight risk area later. So we'll see. Storms could get a little feisty across the south and eastern parts of Kentucky. Yeah, it'll probably clear out anyway across these areas. But yeah, if you get a little more sunshine, that'll add to any instability that's already building. Yeah, this area's going to rain for a while, though. Look at all those flash flood warnings. I think we have more flash flood warnings than we have severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. And then still 2 tornado warnings. One here in the Kenner area. That's just about offshore, right near the causeway. Look at this area. Yeah, less of a tornado risk at the moment. That should be allowed to expire here in the next few minutes. Still some damaging winds approaching the causeway, but that tornado risk is a little bit more offshore. And then this is likely a ongoing water spout right there. This will need a tornado warning if it gets a little closer to shore. So something like this in St. Tammany Parish, Lacombe, Big Branch. I would prepare for a tornado warning here in the next little bit. Not going to get a correlation coefficient on that, but that is a tightened area of rotation. We saw it tighten up near the causeway. And yeah, that's about to hit the areas right along the coastline. St. Tammany State Game Refuge, Big Branch, Lacombe, Oak Lawn. It's going to miss some of those more populated North Shore communities, Mandeville, Covington, and likely go also west of Slidell. Another area there near Davis Plantation, Kellogg, Lone Star, kind of those same areas there, St. Charles County, or St. Charles Parish. And yeah, there's a bunch of little rotations in there. There's another one back here. It's not warned. It's too broad, but we'll keep an eye on that one too. A couple miles offshore. Some new severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Parts of eastern Kentucky. And again, even though the reflectivities come down, there still is a lot of wind energy in this system. So it does take a while to wind down. It's nice we're seeing a general downtrending, but it's going to take a little while. Large area, severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag. I think if anything, we'll probably see less of those tornado possible tags. It's moving very quickly. East at 70 miles an hour, highway speed, 60-mile-an-hour winds, penny-size hail. Most of northeastern Kentucky, basically. Observed tornado back into St. Charles County, or St. Charles Parish. That same area right in here near Kellogg. Radar confirmed damaging tornado. Yeah, there's your tornado right in here. Davis Plantation approaching the US 90 corridor, Kellogg, and the 310 extension. basically paralleling 310. Yeah, that's going to move quickly off to the northeast. 30 miles an hour, confirmed damaging tornado there. Very close to the airport. Areas like St. Rose, 7 minutes. Lone Star, 3 minutes or less. Corso, about 7 minutes. And if it does pull to the right a little bit, areas around
A
Kenner
new tornado warning
would be about
has been
19
issued.
minutes. And there's your new tornado warning for the North Shore. So yeah, nothing on correlation coefficient yet, but Mandeville, Big Branch, Lacombe, they bumped it a little bit too far to the west. Yeah, it's not really going there. I still like my drawing better. I think I would have put it more like this. But anyway, Lacombe, you're still in it. You're just right on that border. It's going to kind of hug the eastern border of this polygon. Big Branch, Oak Lawn, Lacombe, St. Tammany, and Florinville. Tornado warning there. Lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. And yeah, capable of producing a water spout, probably likely. And just offshore, that's moving northeast at 30. Some of the forward speed is picked up in a couple of these cells just in the last little bit. Another cell about 30 miles an hour. And let's broaden that out just a little bit. Lacombe about 14 minutes. Nicholson 53. If it really holds together, Picayune would be about 60 minutes. But St. Tammany 27, Florinville 36, Hickory 40. And since they did have the polygon there, let me just turn this a little bit. Waldheim about 41. And Abita Springs would be about 28. And that is probably producing a water spout right now. It's about at Fontainebleau State Park near Big Branch. We'll see in the next couple scans if that produces an actual correlation coefficient. Our other observed tornado warning continues. Areas there around Kellogg. Oh boy, that is a debris signature. Yeah, that has picked up intensity. If I lose internet, I have a storm coming through my area right now. So if I have a pretty good internet, but if I somehow do lose internet, I don't know, probably have a good night. And we'll reset and do more severe weather coverage later this morning because I think today's not going to be a severe weather outbreak, but it will be a busy severe weather day. This is continuing to parallel along 310. So 310 and the I-10 interchange. This is going to get really close to this camera position. Yeah. This is a damaging tornado in the areas just to the west of New Orleans. Lawling, Prospect, Almedia. That is a tornado doing damage. Well, we started our stream with light on the IU campus and saw storms through the night, and look at the sunrise now across Indiana. Behind that storm system, a beautiful Indiana sunrise. Check this other cell. Waiting on a new scan there. We should get one in just a minute or two. Are you in West Virginia? I saw the West Virginia radar was down. There's a couple radars that are down, it looks like. South Georgia, and it looks like the Charleston radar is down. That's going to be a little annoying for these storms. Yeah, these storms are working into an area that has a little bit less radar coverage, less optimal radar coverage, since that Charleston, West Virginia radar is down right now. These storms are generally starting to weaken across parts of northern Kentucky. And then, yeah, still seeing those severe storms, southern Ohio, southwest West Virginia.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, this area is full of rain. It's got a new tornado warning. Let's go take a look at that. Okay, this is into West Virginia near Oak Hill. And then approaching areas around Apple Grove. Yeah, southern Ohio into West Virginia. There is rotation in here. Gallipolis Ferry, Apple Grove, Addison. Tornado warning here. This is for southern Ohio, southeastern Ohio, Gallia County, Jackson, Lawrence, and then into West Virginia, Mason, Campbell, or Cabell, and Putnam counties. Moving east at 65 miles an hour. So this is going to get through that warning polygon very quickly. It'll be on you very quick across portions of eastern Ohio and western West Virginia. Yeah, this area observed. Is it Destrehan? Definitely won't be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level interior room. There is debris this cell has picked up. It's crossing basically the Mississippi River here along 310. So if you're along 310 in the Destrehan area, you definitely need to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level interior room, away from those doors and windows. Should be getting a new radar scan in just a minute. That's a 3-minute old radar scan. And then same for this one. We should be getting a new radar scan in just a minute. The tower radar scans a little bit faster, so it looks like this area is just near the areas around Rost and 310. And this above me is the 310 interchange. Yeah, there it is. It's just crossed 310. And yeah, this is the 310 and I-10 interchange, and you can see there's very low visibility. So unless this circulation is basically on you, you're not going to see it. Just crossed 310, approaching US 61, and then it's going to get out over the bayous and then be over I-10 in a little while. Yeah, still 3 warnings in Louisiana. We have the 2 in St. Charles Parish. They this one will expire. This one's not a tornado risk anymore. May have expired already. It's just old. And then we have the other active tornado warning. This is into parts of Big Branch, Lacombe area. Wow, that jumped forward quite a bit. That is moving. It says 30, but it jumped farther ahead than 30 miles an hour usually does. Good news is I don't see a distinct debris signature in that one. And it has broadened. A lot of the land-flying waterspouts will broaden as they get ashore. Basically, that area is crossing I-10 right now with gusty winds. St. Tammany up to areas around Abita Springs. Yeah, things are getting a little bit closer. Still seeing that debris signature in here, crossing 61. It may have weakened, although it may be also just out over the swamp area. Let's see, waiting on a new radar scan here. Yeah, there it is, right here, crossing 61. Tornado in progress, crossing 61, just near Alameda, and just to the east of Prospect. It's going to continue working across the interstate here. We may have a camera facing that direction. Let's see, right? Yeah, right here. All right, this is the BC spillway, just I-10 west of 310. So this is very close to this tornadic part of the storm. It's going to cross the interstate here, just west of Kenner, and then it'll be out over the open waters. But this is a dangerous situation. You see, travel has intensified. Let's get that. There it is. Yeah, there's more cars on the causeway now. Not a great situation here. Low visibility. And we have a tornado in progress that's done damage, working up through areas here on the west side of the New Orleans metro.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
They've trimmed it up just a little bit. Still seeing a debris signature in there at just the last radar scan. Likely still in progress. Right there. It's about to cross I-10 in a few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Newest tornado warning. This covers areas in St. Charles and Jefferson parishes, southeast Louisiana. Severe thunderstorm capable of presenting tornado near Bayou Gauche or 9 miles south of Hahnville, moving northeast at 20. And yeah, this is going to include some of those southern and western areas back through Kellogg, Lone Star, Salix, St. Rose, into areas around South Kenner, and then areas approaching areas just west of Bridge City, the Wagaman area, and then actually into areas like Harahan on the areas around the Colonial Golf Course, just south of Elm Ridge. This is getting into some more populated areas as well. New tornado warning, radar indicated. And yeah, that has started to spin up pretty tight again, just near Green Acres. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets a correlation coefficient drop on it. And yeah, still seeing a correlation coefficient drop on that cell. Look at the heavy rain and wind in that particular camera perspective. The intensity has come down just a little bit on this active tornado in progress, just north and east of Prospect. See the brighter colors as it crossed 310. But yeah, still an observed tornado in there. Radar confirmed damaging tornado located near St. Rose or near Kenner, moving northeast at 20. It says northeast, it's almost due north. And then yeah, broader circulation crossing I-10 near Lacombe and just north of the Mandeville area. Yeah, that one's just north and east of Green Acres. I live kind of on the west side of the New Orleans metro, Kenner, Metairie, down through areas like Bridge City, Wagaman, back to Lone Star and Salix. I would just kind of prepare to be in my tornado safe space for a little while. Okay, latest scan, it has weakened a little bit as it's approaching areas there around I-10. Even if it lifts and weakens, we should still see some of that rain circulation, the wrapping rain currents, and likely a change in the wind direction. Right now we have winds blowing from left to right across this camera perspective. We'll see what it looks like here in the next couple minutes. And yeah, radar indicated rotation there in St. Tammany Parish. They've tightened up that area of rotation. Doesn't look as imminently tornadic as it was a little bit ago. Still seeing that tornadic circulation in Gallipolis Ferry. Broad rotation in here, but we are looking up a ways. We're looking up about close to 8,000 feet in the altitude of the storm. So not exactly looking at low-level rotation. Yeah, with that Charleston radar out, we're a little blind at the surface level, but broadly seeing rotation in there. Continuing to head towards Winifred, Buffalo, areas there around Apple Grove, West Virginia, Addison, and then other severe thunderstorms, Pomeroy, Coolville, Kanawha, up to Parkersburg, and down towards Reedy. These are all approaching western West Virginia right now. We lost that severe warning across Morgantown. And we're losing our severe warnings also across Kentucky, Louisville, Lexington, strong storms, not quite severe storms, all the way back into portions of southern Illinois and even southern Missouri as well. They've trimmed that up. Radar indicated. Continues there west of Apple Grove. Continue to take towards tornado safety precautions along the Ohio River there, eastern Ohio, and into western West Virginia. All right, let's see here what this one's doing. Okay. I don't think it's on the ground anymore. We're not seeing that correlation coefficient drop. Yeah, and it's gone back to radar indicated. We'll see if we can see the wind shift in here, though. Looks like that circulation is just about to cross I-10 at this camera position. Very curious to see if we see the wind shift. Oh, there's debris. There's looks like tree leaves falling on the camera. That checks out. So this is about where that circulation would be. All right, yeah, I don't think it's on the ground. So that pretty much confirms what the radar says. Let me adjust things a little bit. So a few tree leaves fallen on this camera position, which that would check out. That's light debris that can get carried off. We'll keep an eye on that camera though. Let's see. I think you guys are in that severe warning back up into most of western Kentucky, if I remember right. Yeah, tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds coming into areas there in Kentucky, Huntington, West Virginia. Severe thunderstorm warning continues. another 13 minutes. That area continues to weaken, although we may not have the best radar data since that Charleston radar's out. But yeah, you guys will be on the backside of it pretty soon. Severe thunderstorm with a tornado potential there is up towards Apple Grove.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning. This is going to be for more of the immediate New Orleans area, Jefferson Parish in southeast Louisiana. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over River Ridge or Metairie, moving northeast at 30. So this is basically an extension of that original warning, yeah. Around the Rex Trailer Court, Kenner, Westgate, Bisnet Park, Metairie. Tornadic circulation coming there. Let's see. Yeah, it's going to be right in there. It's going to move very quickly across the Kenner, Westgate area. All right, looking back back at the 310 and 10 interchange. So we did confirm that that tornado was not on the ground. Did see some leaf debris as it crossed I-10. Didn't really see much of a wind shift, so that area has weakened. Still a tornado warning continues there. Kenner over towards Metairie, and then the Causeway approach. Behind that, another circulation. This is back west of or south of Kellogg, east of Green Acres. That will also work its way up towards the New Orleans metro. So New Orleans, prepare for some extended period here, back-to-back, likely tornado warnings. You can see it's getting a little bit lighter, so you can see a little bit of the lower cloud base too. Pinckney, Michigan, you're good to go. Michigan, not a severe threat. Yeah, I know. This has been going really pretty much all night. We had a little bit of a lull, and then tornado warnings popped off, and then it's been going. Taylorsville, Kentucky. Let me take a look. Flash flooding there. No, you guys look pretty good there. All pretty much, they're degrading thunderstorms. They are weakening. They're slowly weakening. These are all outflow dominant storms, so your tornado risk really diminishes. Right in there, you can see it faintly. There is an outflow boundary. Yeah. So your storms are right in here, and your outflow boundary is way out there. Get a measuring tool. Oops, that's the wrong one, I guess. See, that outflow boundary is pushed out about 4 to 6 miles outside of the storm. So that's going to cut off really any tornadic circulation. The tornadoes need to ingest the warm, moist inflow along with the mixing of the RFD and outflow. So without this is just like an offensive line, just blocking any warm and moist inflow. You're in much better shape across Taylorsville. Yeah, I would guess that the wind is still pretty strong in this system. The reflectivity doesn't look that impressive, but let's check velocity. Velocity still looks pretty strong. We are looking a ways away. Man, I wish I had that Charleston radar. They have pushed a warning through the Charleston metro. A ton of different counties there in central and western West Virginia. Lawrence, Mason, Cabell, Mingo, Kanawha, Putnam, Lincoln, Rowan. I think that's how you say that. Logan, Jackson, Wayne, and Boone. Are there any other counties in West Virginia? That's a big warning. Yeah, that is a big warning. But yeah, this area here, this leading edge through West Virginia, it is packing a punch. Let's see. Oh, you guys are in that tornado warning right now. Hopefully you're in your tornado safe space there. Healthcare? Healthcare? Point Pleasant area. Yeah, you want to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level interior room, away from the doors and windows. Make sure you're kind of tucked away there. Where is Point Pleasant? Where actually is it? Oh, okay, it's up here. Oh, let me find it another way. Oh, okay. 35 comes across. Okay, it's right in here. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I got you. I got you now. Yeah, you're in that tornado warning, so you want to tuck in lowest level into your room. We are getting not great radar data to see what is actually going on in there. This was decently tight earlier, so it's kind of working across this area, just probably south of Point Pleasant, towards the Apple Grove area. But you're close enough. You're in that tornado warning. Yeah, it looks like it's in here, right in there. We're on the very edge of usable radar data, if you can even consider that usable. But basically, it's going to be that circulation would be around the Apple Grove area. So, Point Pleasant up here. If you're like in immediate Point Pleasant, it looks like this is going to go to your south. If you're in the Point Pleasant area, then your risk level may be higher. But tornado warning continues there. After this line works through, this tornado warning works through, the severe threat diminishes quite significantly. So a few minutes longer, a little longer in that warning polygon, and let things clear out. You'll be good to go. Let's see. Sorry about that. Sorry it took a little while to find you there. Oh, geez, no power. Yeah. Yeah, Galleopolis on the Ohio side, kind of the same thing as Point Pleasant. That it appears like that circulation is going just south of you guys, now crossing into West Virginia around Apple. Apple was it? What? Why can't these things load again? Usually I zoom in and I find little communities. Apple Grove, I think it was. Ashland, West Virginia. That's back to the west, right? Ashland, or is it Ashland, Ohio? I'll do Huntington first. Huntington, West Virginia. I think you guys are kind of on the backside of this severe storm. Yeah. Give it a couple more minutes in Huntington, and then these severe storms will be behind you guys. Still another batch of strong storms back here along 64. Most of that is moving to the south and east. Still some extensive rain. It's going to be a rainy, wet morning, but your strongest storms are pushing through pretty much now and then continuing on towards the Charleston area. Yeah, Ashland, Kentucky. I think Ashland's one of those areas that has I think there's an Ashland almost in every state. Okay, kind of the same with Huntington. You're right there. Severe storms pushing through right now. A lot of wind is what people are saying. So even though the reflectivity doesn't look that impressive, this batch of storms was a very strong batch of storms earlier. Still has a lot of wind energy in it, so that's why it's being warned. There may not be a ton of lightning in that part of the storm right now, but you're going to get those gusty winds, rounds of heavy rain. And once you guys get kind of on the back side of this cluster here, things clear out. So Vanceburg, Portsmouth, back towards Maysville, West Union, Waverly, and then up into the Cincinnati area, you're all clear of that severe threat, except for there are areas of flash flooding across those areas. And then, yeah, Charleston, north of Charleston, you guys are kind of in line here for that severe storms. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there, 60-mile-an-hour winds. They're calling a tornado possible, but less of a tornado chance, especially with that segment that's coming towards the Charleston area. There may be a little bit more of a tornado risk near Apple Grove, and that'll extend east towards Ripley, maybe Winfield, those types of areas. I think we got a new tornado warning I do want to go look at. Let's see. Yeah, losing some of those severe warnings across northern Kentucky. We have another tornado warning, I think, back into southern Louisiana. Yeah, once we get behind that storm, it's going to clear out pretty quickly. Just for reference, this is IU Bloomington. They had rounds of severe storms overnight. And look at that. The sun's coming up. Everything looks pretty nice. Good to go. That circulation has wound down in St. Tammany Parish for now. We now have a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag covering all of the New Orleans metro. We have a circulation that's approaching Wagaman and Avondale. That one is wrapping up pretty quickly. It's a dangerous storm. Rain-wrapped area circulation wrapping up very quickly. That's going to approach the areas on the southwest sides of the New Orleans metro. Other circulation that was near Pontchartrain Gardens is now offshore. It's basically over the causeway. Yeah, nasty day if you're commuting on the causeway. I don't know if they might have the causeway closed right now. I don't know. Yeah, so dangerous circulation there, dangerous circulation there. A couple other circulations over the lake. And a lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning. They have also extended the flash flood warning across the New Orleans metro. Considerable flash flood warning. Please turn around, don't drown. And then this arc of heavy rain, tropical tornadoes is going to start lifting into areas in coastal Mississippi. So heads up for Poplarville, Bay St. Louis, Diamond Head, eventually over towards Gulfport, Biloxi, and eventually up towards even Hattiesburg, Brooklyn.
A new flash flood warning has been
eventually
issued.
Over towards Pascagoula and Mobile. A lot of heavy rain in there. Yeah, where's that? Ashland, Kentucky. You guys are, oh yeah, you guys are past the tornado risk, really. If those line of storms have moved through, you're pretty much past that tornado risk. They'll start dropping some of these tornado-warned areas fairly soon. Or not the tornado watch areas. There is a little bit of a feisty storm near Moorhead, Kentucky. That is an area to keep your eye on. That's going to continue working, looks like south and east. Actually, a little bit more south and east. Yeah, keep an eye on this one if you're just south of Grayson, Kentucky. This area may have a little bit of a wrapping circulation in there on the leading edge of that storm. But yeah, Ashland, Kentucky. As long as I got it right, you guys are in that area around west of Huntington. Then after this kind of heavy rain clears out, you'll be in better shape. You may get some extra wind and lightning from the forward flank of that other storm that I'm talking about along 64, but it should continue to work south of the Ashland area. Let's see, Eastern Ohio, Wilkesville. We can find that. Okay, yeah, you guys are on the backside of those storms. Severe storms pushing through. Give it another couple minutes, you'll be in good shape out in Wilkesville. Those storms will push past you. Yeah, severe storms continue there. Pomeroy, Chester, Tupper's Plains, up towards Parkersburg, Newark, Elizabeth, and Ravenswood. Severe thunderstorm, tornado possible tag. There is some circulation in there too. Yeah, right in there. Looks like they've dropped that tornado warning across the. Oh, you're good. You're good. Always good to double check.
A new
Things have been
tornado
working
warning
through
has
so
been
quickly.
issued.
It's actually most of these storms are going to get through probably most of this watch area before the watch expires. But yeah, in general, we are seeing a general weakening trend across these areas here from West Virginia all the way back into Kentucky. Portsmouth, Ohio, yeah, you're on the backside of things too. You guys got some pretty heavy rain, and this was a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning. It expires in 10 minutes. Those storms have moved on. Yeah, the Portsmouth, Ohio area, you're on the backside of things. They'll start trimming some of the watches and stuff back. They've already trimmed a little more watches back from the Cincinnati area, northern Kentucky. They've trimmed back all the watches, and there's no more severe watches or tornado watches from Illinois. They're about to trim most of all of Indiana. So yeah, things are getting trimmed away on the backside of this storm system. Ironton, Ohio. Yeah, you're kind of in it now. A couple more minutes of gusty winds, some lightning, thunder, and then you'll be on the backside. Once this line segment gets through, you guys, once these clusters get through, once you kind of get through to like this area here, you're pretty much good to go. Like all this back up in here, Waverly, Peebles, Hillsboro, Circleville, Georgetown, Maysville, all those areas are good to go. Oh no. Sorry, Halo. I got the I'm still adjusting this little mod bot, and sometimes it gets a little picky with capitals. I have to fix that a little bit. Sorry, Halo. Halo's not spamming. They just got excited about something. Oh boy, speaking of excited about something, someone got excited about tornado warnings. There's like over 3 overlapping tornado warnings still across the New Orleans area. They have extended the one warning through New Orleans Parish and Jefferson Parish. Severe thunderstorm capable bruising tornado over Wagaman or Avondale, moving northeast at 25. So it looks like that is the actual warning. I hope it didn't block Halo for too long. Yeah, it's this circulation right in here. It's going to continue working towards Lakeview, across the Metairie area, Bridge City, Elmwood, Lakeview, Spanish Fort, Gentilly, basically on the western neighborhoods of New Orleans. And starting to get 5:36.
A new
Starting to
tornado
get
warning has been
the
issued.
time frame when you start to get air traffic. I'm sure the airport's going to be a mess this morning. Let's see. Yeah, Jackson, Ohio, you guys should be calming down now. Most of Ohio should be clear. I saw some comments there about Ohio, except for that extreme southeastern portion. Yeah, Galleopolis should be settling down here in the next few minutes.
A new
That
flash flood warning
tornado
has been issued.
warned portion of that storm has crossed into West Virginia. We'll slide back up there and take a look at things. And actually, it's not even tornado warned anymore. I do want to say, though, talking about severe weather, I'm talking about like the wind, hail, tornado threat. There is a flash flood threat that continues across southern Ohio, basically the Ohio Valley. You can see those green boxes. Those are flash flood warnings. So as you're getting out and about this morning, please turn around, don't drown. Just take that long way to work, long way to school, whatever you're doing this morning. Let's see. Yeah, Cleveland, you should be okay. Cleveland had some storms earlier this or last night. Those storms have pushed off across Lake Erie, southern Ontario. A couple showers in there, a couple showers and storms maybe early this morning. But severe risk limited for Cleveland. Let's take a look at some of these storms. We've been paying a lot of attention to those tornado warnings across New Orleans, but taking a look at this storm, pretty strong storm still. Stanton, Frenchburg, Hazel Green. These are pushing through east central Kentucky. Strongest part of those storms are through Lexington, down towards Richmond, and along I-75. And then things really start to kind of weaken off south of Louisville. There are clusters of stronger storms, but most of these are outflow dominant storms. They're not tornadic. Pretty low tornado risk with this cluster of storms right now. And then reduced tornado risk for most of these storms too, from Ripley over to Spencer, Buffalo, Pomeroy, Parkersburg over to Elizabeth and Reedy, Grantsville. These will continue to work their way across the state of West Virginia this morning, but mostly a damaging wind risk. A quick spin-up tornado can't be ruled out, though. There is one storm that was a little weird looking a little bit ago near Sandy Hook. That seems to have backed off as well a little bit. That one is still one to keep an eye on, but yeah, let me check that area again. Oh yeah, you're starting to get on the backside of that storm. They've canceled the tornado warning. There is rotations, though, still picking up in here near Leon or Cape Heart. That area there still has rotation. That's why this is a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. But yeah, Galleopolis, you're on the backside of that warning. Some heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds, lightning, still in that area in southeast Ohio. But severe threats should be winding down, other than, again, flash flooding. They can happen anywhere, but the this red outlined area, if I clear some of these off, let's see. There you go. The red outlined area is the tornado watch issued by the Storm Prediction Center.
A new flash flood warning has
technically
been issued.
goes through 11 a.m., but most of this severe weather looks like it's going to work through this. Kind of looks like a goldfish cracker. Most of the severe weather seems to actually be working through this now. We'll see if they issue any new watches and stuff
A
out
new flash
ahead of
flood
this. They
warning has
may
been
do that.
issued.
But yeah, tornado watch is for conditions that are favorable to produce tornadoes. They were a little bit more favorable earlier overnight. They're becoming a little less favorable.
A new
But
flash
this
flood
line
warning
segment's
has been
still
issued.
bringing some pretty heavy rain, wind, lightning, obviously. And then there are a low risk, but a not zero risk of some line embedded spin ups in here. And then we seem to be losing a lot of the severe threat across the western portion of this watch area. But yeah, it doesn't mean you can get tornado warnings outside of this. You can get tornado warnings, just outside, or you can get them far outside sometimes. There was a
new flash
random
flood
tornado warning
warning has
way
been
far
issued.
away from any watch area over the weekend. I think it was Saturday or Sunday in Lone Oak, just east of Little Rock, Arkansas. There was a boundary collision. Two storms kind of collided into each other and produced a brief
A new
tornado that did
flash
some
flood
damage. And
warning
it
has
was
been issued.
probably 1,000 miles away from the closest severe weather watch. So yeah, you can get tornadoes even without those. But yeah, that's the current tornado watch there. And then there's also a tornado watch across southern Louisiana as well as coastal Mississippi.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Oh boy, we'll get to that in just a second. And they'll probably issue a new one because yeah, they're going to issue a new tornado watch likely across some of these same areas, but they're going to likely expand it
A new tornado
across
warning has been
coastal
issued.
Mississippi into southern Mississippi and then also coastal Alabama, just because this whole mass of tropical tornado risk is going to continue moving to the north and to the east. And this watch expires in 20 minutes.
A new flash flood warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued.
A couple of new flash flood warnings, it sounds like. All right, I thought we got a new considerable threat warning. Maybe it hasn't popped in yet.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
A couple new flash flood warnings. Take a look at these tornado warning cells again. All right, that tornado warning cell has kind of worked
A
its
new
way
flash
out
flood
of the warning
has been
polygon.
issued.
There is a new cell that has popped up. This is riding along the areas around Slidell. Wouldn't be surprised if this gets a new tornado warning. Whoa. Might be getting a new software update. All right. That was
A
weird.
new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, this is an area near Slidell that has to be monitored for a tornado. Right in there at River Gardens, just to the north and east sides of Slidell. It's going to be moving to the north and northeast towards the Space Center, the Stennis Space Center. This is the Pearl River between Mississippi and Louisiana. Looks like it is moving basically to the northeast.
A new flash flood warning has been
Yeah, so
issued.
this area probably will get a tornado warning somewhere like that off to the north and northeast. Heads up if you're on I-59 towards Picayune, Mississippi, right on the Mississippi-Louisiana border. That's a dangerous storm, could be producing a tornado in a short amount of time.
Flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, tornado would be right in there at River Gardens, Crawford Landing, River Crest, and Morgan Bluff. That's a dangerous storm. Some of these other storms do have shear vectors in here. There's a number of rotating storms across southern parts of. That's not great. Let's see. Yeah, I think someone said the tornado warning storm has a hook on it. It does look like this is a embedded supercell in this cluster of storms, and that wraps around right in there. Kind of got the forward flank in there. And yeah, this is where the storm is getting inflow, a little bit of outflow surging out, and tornado sits right in there, right over the Jefferson Heights area. Jefferson Heights, Elmwood, Bridge City. This is the Mississippi River in here, so it's just sitting right in there. Radar indicated tornado warning continues. Metairie, Lakeview, the western New Orleans neighborhoods, Holly Grove, up towards the Art Museum, over towards Lakeview City Park, Oak Ridge Park, Metairie, Bucktown, and then over towards Lake Shore, Pontchartrain Beach, all those areas. Gentilly, also in that warning polygon. It's a pretty nasty storm. There's a few CC lowerings that are a little weird looking. Probably not. That's probably just the clear air on the leading edge of that. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm approaching areas there into the New Orleans metro. And then I'm surprised this doesn't have a tornado warning on it. We'll wait another radar scan, but I bet they will also. I bet the next radar scan. Let's see. Yeah, continuing to lift towards the north. There it is right here. Potters River Landing over the Pearl River, approaching the Space Center. And then I want to see if we can see the storm also from the
flash
tower
flood
radar.
warning has been issued.
Yeah, rotating right in there. Jefferson South Point. That's ramped up very quickly in the last couple minutes. Yeah, it's basically in there at Metairie, approaching areas around 361, the Metairie Country Club, Metairie Cemetery up to Oak Ridge, Lakeview, the Lakeview Harbor, Lakeshore area, and then City Park especially. Wow, a ton of these cameras are down across the... There's a ton of heavy rain across this area. Trying to get a camera to load in the Metairie area, and it's struggling. So we may have lost that camera for now. Hey, good morning, Robert. Oh, the bot got it. Hold on. It should allow caps for some things. Let's see here. Sorry about that, Robert. Oh. All right, let me adjust the bot settings for moderation. That should work better.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. Those little showers and storms that are just east of the Cleveland area actually have a tornado warning on one of them. This is up in extreme northeast Ohio, Ashtabula County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Madison. That's 12 miles south of Geneva on the lake, moving east at 40. Not an area that's expected to get a lot of severe weather. There may be a lake boundary in here, something. Plus, there is a lot of shear still in the atmosphere. So this has spun up a little bit about Trumbull, Eagleville, Jefferson, and areas there around Griggs Corners. Tornado safe space, Ashtabula, south of I-90, up in the extreme northeast portion of Ohio. Yeah, sorry, Robert. Enthusiastic good morning, and the mod bot blocked you for a minute, but sorry about that. I saw your good morning, though. I appreciate it. And I adjusted the settings again, so it shouldn't do that again. Robert came in all happy, and then the bot shut him down. Yeah, that's going to be a rare storm up in this area that's tornado warned. There are a couple cells over the lakeshore. There could be a water spout or something up there, but with that sheer environment in there. Good news is across parts of the Ohio Valley, we are losing more of this storm energy. They have a ton of severe weather watches and warnings across central parts of West Virginia, from Salem, Grantsville, Spencer, all the way down through Charleston and Madison. And then they have warned that other cell that I've been kind of tracking for a little while around Blaine. They've also now added a tornado warning here.
Issued.
This is one of those cells that also has a little interesting area of rotation near Parsley and Sulphur Springs. Yeah, near Holden, moving east at 50. So tornado warning there. That's going to be, where is Holden? Right in this area. This is into West Virginia, Mingo, Wyoming, Logan, and Boone counties. Southern West Virginia. Not a large populated area, but there are a bunch of smaller communities in here. So moving east at 50 miles an hour. And this one has tornadoes and some damaging winds. So I'm going to track this out from the leading edge of both of those. At about 50 miles an hour, Omar, 9 minutes. Bruno, 19. Copperston would be about 29 minutes. Sarah Ann, 11. Same for like Logan and Switzer, about 10, 11 minutes. So that's going to get through some of those southern counties in West Virginia. And that's what we were saying earlier, too, is most of the tornadic energy is winding down, but there's pockets of some embedded spin and flare-ups, and some boundary collisions may lead to some weird stuff. But a couple of these storms, eastern Kentucky, extreme southern West Virginia, are some of the stronger of the two. For some embedded tornadoes, but also damaging wind, those two are bowing out. Yeah, the New Orleans one has a nasty hook on it. I'm shocked it's still radar indicated, but let's yeah. Wow. That's not good. This may be on the ground. It's radar indicated there is some weird debris in here. Shouldn't be hail in that part of the storm. So that could be a kind of a
New
brief
information.
tornado.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, observed tornado there, Jefferson and Orleans Parish. It is observed. Near Fort Spanish, the University of New Orleans, Pontchartrain Beach. I was just looking at that. There shouldn't be any hail in that part of the storm. So that is yeah, that is a tornado in progress. I don't think we have any cameras up on the lake shore. Weirdly, don't have any cameras up on the lake shore. That's actually interesting. This is about to go over the lake here and will be a water spout. We won't be able to see as much of it without the correlation coefficient, but yeah, that's a nasty storm. I figured it was tightening up. Certainly there we can see the tornado debris signature. The one good thing is it's going through a very heavily populated area, and we're not seeing a really deep debris signature. So it's probably more of a weaker tropical tornado than say a supercellular long track tornado, but still it is doing damage. Spanish Fort, University of New Orleans, the Gentilly and Lakeview communities. And this is I-610 at Western, I think it is. Wow, that's a nasty storm. That's going to continue lifting off to the north and northeast. We'll see what that does on the other side of the lake as well. This other area has weakened some. There's another little area of tropical spin coming off the lake. Let's see. Yeah, this other area has weakened as it's come across this Stennis Space Center. There's a new area of spin down here to watch. Surprised that one didn't get a warning. It was pretty tight here on the east side of Slidell near Riverview Gardens, and has continued to lift off towards Santa Rosa in Mississippi along 607. We'll watch this one though. This is going to head across the Pearl River as well, across the wildlife management area, Log Town, and then eventually up into the Space Center. Wow. Are you going to Destin today? Destin today will let's see, where is Destin? Destin's up in here. Yeah, you guys have a slight risk of severe weather today. It's going to be a rainy, messy day. Yeah, already a little bit of rain already across the Destin area. But and then there is a risk for some of these tropical tornadoes and landfalling water spouts eventually to be up in the Destin area. Oh, it should start to clear out by then. Most of these flood watches go through Friday. Let's see, through Friday evening across northern parts of Alabama. But I think a little less here. Yeah, I guess still through Friday. Once you get to Friday, on the backside of the system, should start to clear out a little bit. Your weekend will be better in Destin. There still may be some rip currents, some higher surf, so just watch that, especially the rip currents. I know like Orange Beach and Gulf Shores had red flag warnings flying today for the rip currents and strong surf and stuff. Let's see, Blaine, Kentucky. Oh, you guys are in better shape now in Blaine. On the north side of those storms, it looks like. Working through right now. That's one of the stronger storms, I think, right now, besides the tornado warned storm. That one is a pretty punchy one. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets another severe warning towards Warfield and Inez, Paintsville, those areas right there. That's a little bit of a bow echo, some damaging winds on that leading edge, surging out. I'm curious about this tornado warned storm too. It does have some spin in here, but It's a little more. It's a little more of a wind risk, I think, too. Could get a quick spin up tornado near Sulphur Springs, but otherwise, that is more of a wind risk, I believe, as well. And then I can check Martha too. Oh, they're in where'd they go? They look like they're even in better shot. They're even a little further away from the storm. Yeah, Blaine's in there. Oh, there's Martha. Yeah, you guys are on the backside of the storm, so your tornado risk is diminished. Wind and rain will start to wind down in the next little while. It's going to be a rainy morning, rainy, stormy. There's still lightning and thunder, but severe risk starts to wind down. And they're continuing that radar indicated tornado warning Omar, Mallory, and Copperston, Osina. I think that's how you pronounce that. Our other tornado warning all the way up here on the Cleveland shoreline. We're going end to end here. We got tornado warnings all the way down in New Orleans, and then tornado warning in Ashtabula County, Ohio. Circulation still showing up in there. It has kind of spun down a little bit. Yeah, tornado warning continues there. Another couple minutes. Jefferson, Lenox, Pierpont, Dorset, those areas. If you're west of Trumbull, you're good. And Cleveland, these storms and showers are all moving away from the Cleveland metro. So any of these little storms, if they become feisty again, they're going to be a problem for someone else, not Cleveland. Yeah, you guys are doing good. Calming down. Severe weather still across central Kentucky, now shifting into eastern Kentucky. There are still some strong storms south of Lexington near Richmond, back towards Taylorsville, Lawrenceburg. And then still seeing flash flood warnings across the Ohio Valley, but things are settling down. There is also a flash flood warning there in Bolivar, Missouri. And actually even a couple severe warnings back into western Kansas. Yeah, a couple severe storms.
A new
with some
flash flood
hail and
warning has
wind
been issued
near Wakita, Oklahoma, and also south of the Wichita metro. Those are new storms that have gone up just in the last half hour or so, about 20 minutes. Also some new storms there. Okay, they have trimmed up that tornado warning in Ashtabula County, still moving northeast at 50. Jefferson, Lenox Township, it's pretty much that area that rotation is centered on. The storm itself is a pretty small cell, but yeah, there's a little circulation in there. Wind's going towards the radar, wind's going away from the radar, tucked up in there near Jefferson. Wow. That may cross into northeast Pennsylvania. Heads up around Spring, Conneautville, and those areas. Albion. A little bit of a nasty low top cell. That's a nasty storm there. It's kind of out in front. This is a storm that does have tornado potential because it's out in front of that line segment. This line segment kind of working in here. It also has a little bit of a wind potential. It's going to continue working to the south and east towards Beckley, West Virginia. So keep an eye on this. Bolt, Bud, Beckley, all those areas in southeast. I guess that's southeast West Virginia. Back into New Orleans. Let's check out New Orleans again. We had the observed tornado tag. This was about to move offshore. Yeah, not seeing the debris signature anymore. It looks like that is offshore, but a nasty circulation still in there. Yeah, I figured that was tightening up across. There was some suspicious CC, but it was right over the Mississippi River. And then the next scan started to see a little bit more debris signature, and then that continued through Spanish Fort. Wasn't a very deep debris signature, so again, I'm hoping it wasn't a very um, potent tornado because it was going through a populated area. Even if it was kind of a mid-grade tornado, it would likely pick up more debris. But that is continuing off to the lake shore and may skirt areas later along I-10. So keep an eye on that area of weather. This may be an interesting view. This is the causeway here on I-10. Is that area of circulation kind of parallels the eastern shore of Lake Pontchartrain. That may be an area that we may be able to catch a little bit of that circulation. We'll see if we get in on it. Oh, yeah, dogs are fun like that. Blaine, Kentucky. Yeah, you guys are through the worst of it. So that makes sense. I think the dog has it right. Yeah, you're on the backside of that severe thunderstorm warning. So tornado risk is going to continue to diminish through the morning, and thunder and lightning will stay around for a little while, but those storms are continuing to work off to the east and also to your south. So yeah, tornado chances diminish. The severe weather is much lower after you get through this. Yeah, it was just a few minutes ago. It's now off the lakeshore, so we don't really have a full way to confirm that. May still be in there as a tornadic water spout, but we don't see the debris signature anymore. It has broadened just a little bit. Yeah, still seeing circulation in here. So pretty strong circulation, so it may still be in here as a tornadic water spout, but without a debris signature, we just can't see it. It may get back on shore. We have to watch that area around South Point if it continues on its current track, and then may also have to watch areas around Slidell. This camera is the I-10 bridge across the lake, so we'll see if we can catch it on this camera. But yeah, right now that confirmed tornado has lifted off into the lake shore. There's also another circulation kind of broadly in here. Pontchartrain Gardens, Pontchartrain Shores. That's kind of tucked up in the rain as well. and then some nasty storms still across this area. They have issued a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds. A lot of lightning still across the New Orleans metro. And then things start to clear out just a little bit. We have another batch of tropical rain and thunder and lightning, also flash flood warnings across portions of Louisiana,
A new
east of
flash flood
Alexandria,
warning has been issued.
and north and west of the Baton Rouge area. Behind that line of storms, this is what you have in store for you. This is across Indiana. This is Bloomington, Indiana. They had rounds of severe thunderstorms, tornado warnings,
warning has been issued.
heavy rain and flash flood warnings overnight. And you can see there the Indiana sunshine is up and ready to work. Looks like a beautiful, beautiful day there across south central Indiana. See the lightning picking up on that cell too. Still seeing rotation in here near Richmond, Ohio. It's about onto the Ohio border. And we'll see if the next Weather Service office picks up a warning on this. Near Conneautville, Linesville in Pennsylvania. Still seeing a decent circulation in here. A small little cell, but it has a punch to it. It may have some small hail on it along Ohio Highway 167. And then a little bit of a hook just over the South Denmark area. Now in Streamberg. That's along, it looks like County Highway 291. So yeah, a nasty little cell right there into extreme northeast Ohio. And then more severe warnings. We also have a new severe thunderstorm watch. Goes until 11 in the morning. Covers most of western regular Virginia. Let me get the details for you on that new weather watch. All right, parts of Virginia, parts of eastern West Virginia. A couple of tornadoes are possible. So there still is a risk for tornadoes. It's a lower end risk, but still not zero. Isolated hail up to quarter size possible, and then scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour possible. Bluefield, Wytheville, Rocky Mount, Martinsville, Roanoke, up through Harrisonburg, Staunton, and Covington in Virginia. Also includes Elkins and Franklin. That goes in through 12 p.m. Eastern. So yeah, this yesterday's severe risk just kind of melted into this overnight severe risk, and this overnight severe risk is going to basically transition into tomorrow or today's severe risk.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Chauncey, Ohio, we can take a look. Chauncey. Most of Ohio is on the clear side. Okay, you're in the Athens area. You're on the clear side. They should drop the tornado watch here in the next couple minutes. They've already cut most of those other Ohio counties off from the tornado watches. Yeah, pretty much Ohio, you were clear of the severe threat except Ashtabula County in far northeast Ohio. As long as you're in a dry, safe location across these areas, there are flash flood warnings. So I do want to preference that. But as long as you're in a dry, safe location, you can go to bed, have a great night. Click that bell icon, like and subscribe first, and then you can head out. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, same with western parts and northern parts of Kentucky. You guys are on the back side of those storms around Louisville And most of Indiana looks like it's pretty much clear of the severe weather. Just make sure you're in a safe, dry place, and you're good to go. We've seen a few of these flash flood warnings get canceled over the last couple minutes, so starting to settle down across most of those areas in the Midwest. This is still a weird cell, but yeah, still seeing a circulation in there. It's actually a decently tight circulation too. Get some sleep, Aqua. We'll see on another live stream. All right, let's check in here. We do have a couple areas of spin into Mississippi, Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, Hancock County near the Stennis Space Center. A couple areas of spin to keep your eye on. And then this is the two kind of tropical tornado risks here. The one is approaching the twin spans on I-10. We'll see if we get a shot of this circulation. This was the confirmed tornado over the Orleans Parish a little bit ago. They have dropped that tornado warning across New Orleans. There is also a second area of circulation just east of the Pontchartrain Causeway. Yeah, both of those areas have pretty decent spin on them. I wouldn't be surprised if they're producing tornadic water spouts over the open water. And then they have increased and added a new tornado warning. Tornadoing for Kanawha, Riley, Wyoming, Logan, Fayette, Boone counties in southern and southeastern West Virginia. An extension there of that original tornado warning near Twilight, Whitesville, down towards Saunders. This thing just keeps
A new
going.
tornado warning has been issued.
Now, make sure you go to that lowest level into your room. So if you don't have a basement, you want to go to that interior room that hopefully doesn't have exterior walls. It can be a hall closet. It can be a bathroom, something like that. That's just in the center of your house on the lowest level. But let me look here where Maple Fork is. Okay, yeah, this is the Beckley area, Crab Orchard, all those areas. Where are we getting radar out of? I will say, without that Charleston radar working, we're a little bit in the blind, so I don't have a great idea of low-level circulation on this, but there are a couple areas of spin, it looks like, at least at some of the levels in here. But yeah, you just want to be on the low-level interior room. That includes all the Beckley area, West Virginia, along 64, 79, up through about Collinsdale. Moving east at about 50 miles an hour. Haven't seen any tornado reports with this line segment since they got tornado warned, but definitely play it safe. Make sure you take your tornado safety precautions. Bolt about 13 minutes, Eccles 16, Oak Hill 18, and then it gets over towards Beckley about 20 minutes, Maple Fork about 15 minutes. Pretty nasty line of storms. It is going to work through pretty quickly. It's moving at 50 miles an hour. So it's one of those things you're not going to have to sit in your tornado safe space for hours. And then those storms behind it are slowly on the weakening trend. Yeah, much weaker storms back across Kentucky. So our severe weather shifting east into eastern parts of West Virginia now. And then they have issued a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for areas there in northwest Pennsylvania. For that area coming across the PA and Ohio border around Linesville, Meadville, Blooming Valley, Edinburgh, Mill Village. There's your area of circulation. And yeah, extending that radar indicated tornado warning there. I think also because we're in a little bit reduced radar coverage with the Charleston radar being out, I think that's the other reason though why this tornado warning is so big. They, I think, warn that whole line just to play it safe, which I agree with. There's a couple areas of circulation potentially in here. So it's good to just kind of play it safe, warn that whole line segment, since especially we're not getting low level data between terrain challenges and being far from the radar site. That's a good idea, good call. Yeah, still two circulations on the eastern shores of Lake Pontchartrain. They're just offshore, but I'm a little worried they may get up to the Slidell area. They may cross the I-10 bridge. We're kind of watching that just above here. It looks like some of the horizon line has cleared out, so we can see a little bit further in the distance, which is nice. But yeah, we are starting to get into early rush hour, and there are some pretty big storms around the southern and southeastern Louisiana area. So we do want to take it cautiously this morning, even though some of the strongest severe storms have maybe passed the New Orleans metro. These could both easily be producing tornadic water spouts. So definitely play it safe. They are lifting generally towards the Slidell area, so we do have to watch that. If they get a little closer and they stay strong, I wouldn't be surprised if Slidell gets a tornado warning. And the winds are picking up with this area there along the twin spans. That's with this first circulation starting to close in. It looks like it's going to parallel the I-10. Yeah, it's lifting more north. So North Shore Beach up towards areas around Slidell. Keep an eye on that storm. I'm judging by the traffic flow. We're looking generally towards those storms. So it's really hard to see in the distance there. It's where it's darker. These are still basically rain wrap circulations. So, but yeah, I believe that's looking southbound. Let's see. Tornado warning there for Ashtabula County should be canceled in the next 5 minutes. And then, yeah, let's see. No, the main tornado warning for like the Crab Orchard area over towards Sanford goes another 20 minutes or so. The original tornado warning back here will expire in 5 minutes near Malloy and Linco. That original tornado warning. Starting to see the wind pick up on that causeway. Florence, Kentucky. Is that the one, Joseph? Yeah, that had an incredible hook on it. I have not seen the damage reports yet, but I'm guessing we may start to see some damage reports come out here now that it is getting into the now that it is getting to morning. There's a ton of storm chaser and media reports of the tornado near Effingham, Illinois earlier. A lot of the circulations earlier in the or yesterday now in the Midwest were actually rain wrap with HP supercells, but that Effingham storm had actually a little bit higher of a base and actually had a lot of angles apparently that storm chasers could capture that tornado from. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's. I'm sure the National Weather Service office will be out there later today to survey that one. But yeah, they've re-upped and extended that warning there across eastern parts of West Virginia. Still moving at 50 miles an hour. Radar indicated rotation near Bald Knob, and then is moving east at 50. Okay, yeah, it's kind of right in this area. Lindy Town, Bald Knob. That's the one they're warning for. Okay, Crab Orchard about 25 minutes. Lanark 30, Mount Hope 27, Maple Fork about 23, and Beckley also about 27. Pilot Knob 7, Shiloh 13. Yeah, it didn't have like a crazy debris signature, so it's hard to kind of get a good estimate on stuff, especially at night, but through a populated area, if it didn't have a crazy debris signature, then that it probably is on the lower end, but never know for sure. But anything really strong through a populated area would likely have a bigger debris signature. But it had a lot of, the storm was very well structured, so the Cincinnati area probably got a little bit lucky.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It looks like they are going to continue the tornado warning there in northwestern Pennsylvania for Crawford County, Pennsylvania, located near Linesville or 14 miles northwest of Meadville, east at 45. So, yeah, that cell still has a little bit of a punch to it. It's crossed into Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania Highway 198, approaching Conneautville. It's actually a decently tight area of circulation right there, and it's been persistent as well.
New information, this flash flood warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, Kentucky, Indiana, parts of Illinois got hammered pretty hard last night. This area here still tight circulation. Conneautville, Venango, Sagertown, and then areas around north of Meadville, especially. Somerset, Kentucky. Let's see. You guys are still south of that boundary. Nothing severe right now across Kentucky. These storms are all diminishing. Right now, they're all outflow dominant. That can change, but they are weakening storms across the northern parts of the state. So, yeah, you'll get storms potentially later, but most of the storms right now are moving a little more easterly right now than southerly. So, still a chance of severe storms isolated later today. This storm is still working through eastern and southeastern portions of West Virginia. Pretty nasty storm. There may be some hail in this storm too. It's being warned for under quarters, but it could have some quarter size hail as well. And Florence, you guys are good. Clearing out nicely. Should be a nice day across the Cincinnati area. Or Florence, yeah. They have dropped the severe thunderstorm warning across the New Orleans area. That big blob of storms and embedded tropical tornadoes has moved away from the New Orleans metro. But this is closing in on the Slidell area. I'm a little bit more concerned. You can see the wind and the rain has picked up as this area is approaching the twin span here. If there is a tornadic waterspout, it would be off this picture, so I don't think we're going to catch that. But there's potentially a couple of them back here. There's the one in the lead storm, and then there's also the one behind it. That's a dangerous set of storms approaching the North Shore around Slidell. Let's see. Here's a look at our latest model run. Let's see what's loading up. So the next couple hours, it takes basically storms still kind of in that Kentucky area, similar to how they are now. It pushes that surge towards the areas there in Western Virginia, and then eventually kind of fades some of that Virginia activity. Some of these Kentucky storms actually may be regenerated later, so we do have to watch for some severe weather
A
across
new
that
tornado
region.
warning has been issued.
And a new warning coming out for Preston. And yeah, later this afternoon, we have to watch the Tennessee River Valley. Some of that moisture kind of pooled up, some tropical moisture against this frontal boundary. Southern Kentucky into Tennessee may have a couple isolated, even scattered storms, but isolated severe storms across that area. That would be around 4 o'clock. And then we have this big, windy, rainy mess with embedded tropical tornadoes potentially across, southern Mississippi, central Mississippi, into most of Alabama, and even into parts of Georgia. And then some isolated, scattered storms across some other areas. This is also another area that's uptrended on the model data. It looks like some of those storms that are actually just getting going now, like the tornado warned storm across Meadville. This model actually wants to continue across parts of New York State and uptrend over the morning hours. And that may actually have some line embedded tornadoes by the time it gets into the areas here, into southern Quebec, and even into Vermont. We do have to watch for a couple of quick spin ups in that area, and also some damaging wind across New England. You can see that bows out and continues across even parts of Maine, may have some stronger storms. So it is a very busy day today. Not as much organized severe weather in one concentrated location. Like yesterday, we had the level 4 out of 5 risk in Indiana and Illinois. Today, it's a little more scattered across a lot parts of the East Coast, parts of New England, and then the tropical mess down in here. So yeah, today's a busy day. Definitely have ways to get weather warnings. Let's take a look at the latest here. Yeah, big wide area of level 1 out of 5. And then there is a couple pockets there in the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, back across into the Tennessee Valley, essentially for slight risk. And you can also see the slight risk along the Gulf Coast. Logan, West Virginia.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
We did get a new tornado warning in northern West Virginia. This is an area that had a tornado possible tag for a while around Rollsburg. It's about to cross into western Maryland, but small tornado warning there. Preston County, West Virginia. We may get a few more tornado warnings over the morning hours. There's another circulation in here near Montrose and Pleasure Valley, just north of Elkins. That has a little bit of a spin on it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a few more tornado warnings across Virginia today. And they're continuing that tornado warning in northwest Pennsylvania. Richmond, Kentucky, where's that?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Barber and Randolph County now in West Virginia. Yeah, you guys are in that cluster of storms right now. So you may have some stronger storms. Looks like just north and west towards Wilmore, Keene, and up towards Lexington. So you may get a little bit feistier storms. They're all really not severe right now. They're outflow dominant storms for the most part. It's going to rain. You're going to get some big batches of rain. Looks like you already have. But yeah, another batch of kind of moderate to heavy thunderstorms rolling into the Richmond area. And then once that continues to kind of pull past you, that should reduce a little bit of that severe risk. Yeah, they did warn that other cell, the cell that we were just watching at, Montrose near Elkins. It's about to also cross into the next county there. That's about to cross into areas around Parsons and Pleasant Run. So we'll see if they warn that piece too. It looks like it's a different National Weather Service office, which is why those warnings are short. You'll sometimes get the one office and then you'll see the next one complete it based on the timing and stuff. So we may see both of those get added in. Yeah, there you can see the causeway. The visibility has come back down as those storms are moving through. They have extended that current tornado watch a little longer. We'll see if they add. The expectation is they'll add another tornado watch that covers this whole general area for the rest of the morning, probably into the early afternoon.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they're going to continue that tornado warning. Radar indicated. Yeah, because the other tornado warning expires in 5 minutes. So this is areas from Maple Fork down through Beckley, Crab Orchard, Big Stick, down to White Oak, and then basically to the state line. Nope, not quite the state line. That's just the edge of the tornado watch. Yeah, continuing to see that area of rotation. It's sliding kind of right in there near Shiloh, Mattville. Another little spin also down near Glen Rogers. This is going to continue working south and east across this area, the Beckley area. Tornado warning continues, lowest level interior room. Wow, that yeah, that storm has gotten nasty across the causeway. This is basically that area right in here. And there is a potential there, water spout. We'll see if they add a tornado warning across North Shore Beach and the Slidell area. Even if they don't, there is a brief potential there of a water spout coming on shore around North Shore Beach. Yeah, you can see the cars slowing down there as the wind and really heavy rain are slamming that area there on the I-10. So not a fun commute. There's still tons of lightning back in this cluster of storms, all the way back to the causeway for Lake Pontchartrain. Things are clearing out a little bit across New Orleans. Still flash flood warning continues. And they have flood warnings all the way up through Hattiesburg now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And there it is. Should have just stayed down there. There's the tornado warning for that onshore water spout there, St. Tammany Parish and the Slidell area. It's a thunderstorm capable of producing a water spout located just offshore of Eden Isle, moving northeast at 15. Radar indicated water spout moving onshore. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they add a few more flash flood warnings because that kind of band of storms across north central Kentucky has slowed way down in the forward progress. Come on. Trying to get the Eden Isle camera to load up. There it goes. All right, here's Eden Isle. This is in that tornado warning, about into that circulation. We'll see what it looks like when it comes ashore. A lot of times the water spouts do weaken as they come ashore, but we'll keep an eye on this. Basically, Slidell and points to the south along I-10. That's your tornado warning there in St. Tammany Parish. Yeah, things should start to clear out. There's let's see, where is that? Yeah, still a ton of flash flood warnings across the Louisville metro. And I wouldn't be surprised if they add a few more in. Someone asked about Richmond earlier. This area has more rounds of heavy rain coming in. So this is an area that has potentially some flash flood potential. Yeah, especially when you put it into motion and you just play it across. That one, that same area has had rounds and rounds of heavy thunderstorms. And all the way back through Owensboro, Hardinsburg, Morganfield. Some of that is moving just a little bit. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we get more flash flood warnings.
A new flash flood warning
Looks
has
like
been
they
issued.
there's one right there. That's actually for Mississippi though, Mississippi and coastal Mississippi counties. But looks like they've dropped those 2 tornado warnings across eastern West Virginia. That's a good sign. And yeah, don't see as much circulation in there. All right, if there's a water spout, it's going to be basically approaching this camera position right about now. The lightning's picking up, that's for sure. This area is weakening. Tornado warning expires in 29 minutes, but I doubt it'll stay that long. That storm is a rapidly weakening cluster of storms. But yeah, as we saw in the model data a little bit ago, is the some of the newest model data does pick this cluster up and basically transitions it as a stronger storm cluster through western and northern parts of New York and then a pretty good squall line eventually up into areas like Vermont. So we'll keep an eye on this. It looks like it might upscale through the day. Yeah, when it's all said and done, I think yesterday probably will be a tornado outbreak. Just looking at storm reports and things. It's definitely a severe weather outbreak, but yeah, because there's going to be more tornado reports than this. This is just some of the initial ones. None of the ones in Indiana have filled in yet, and then we've had more since then. So we probably have hit like the official outbreak status. See what this one is doing. And that doesn't even really include these tornadoes are kind of a separate event. These are more the tropical tornadoes in relation to Arthur. So not even counting all these tornadoes that we've had confirmed today. I want to say like 5-ish across Louisiana. Wow, that wind has really picked up there.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Dangerous storms coming into the Slidell area. Newest radar scan showing rotation in there. Eden Isle, Delwood, Windsor Place, McLean City, and Lincoln Park. A lot of lightning, too. Yeah, that storm is weakened. It'll likely get dropped from that tornado warning. Continue to stay in your safe place north of Meadville towards Edinburgh, but that storm definitely shrinking. Seeing a few more storms go up in this area. This cluster may be the one to watch as it gets up into the areas in New England. And then we still have this tornado warning near Beckley, West Virginia. Strong cluster of storms moving through Mount Hope, Hilltop, Eakleys, Beckley, Glade Springs. Tornado warning continues there. Number of counties: Raleigh, Wyoming, and Fayette counties. And then strong storms back into other parts of West Virginia, particularly with that cell there near Omar up to Madison, and then other cells now through eastern portions of West Virginia. Solid line of severe storms there in pockets. 60-mile winds, tornado possible tags. There is a couple areas of rotation. We've seen a lot less warnings across Kentucky, but there are some stronger clusters of storms that may get some isolated severe warnings through the morning. And then otherwise, things are calmed down into the Midwest. Other than that, other tornado warning and a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. And then we still have the big mess down here. It's going to continue through the day with the risk of tropical tornadoes, gusty winds, lightning, thunder, heavy rain. That's going to continue pushing from the I-59 corridor into areas there around Mobile and eventually up Pensacola and eventually up into Montgomery and much of Alabama through the day. Yeah, there are some really significant winds, and I think the wind has shifted now that I'm looking at the camera. I believe it was going the opposite direction, so we may have seen the wind shift there. across the twin bridges there too. No, we went all night, Georgia. The severe weather didn't stop, so we pulled an all-nighter. So I guess technically this is the first morning stream we've had too, which is nice.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They are going to issue a new tornado warning. Yeah, look at that wind. That has really increased in intensity there. This is the twin bridges at Eden Isle. Potentially a landfalling water spout, it looks like, in the tornado warning here. And then a new water spout landfalling here. Deer Island, River Oaks, Fort Pike, and some of those areas. Oak Harbor, Delwood, Windsor Place. Yeah, wow, that shifted directions, I believe, again. This is potentially into that tornadic water spout here. We're seeing winds at Eden Isle 73 over 41. This may be the circulation here. This is a really nasty storm. That is at least a severe storm issue. I think that is the mesocyclone of the water spout. And we may have lost that camera. That's a dangerous circulation. So southeast Louisiana, Slidell, over towards the Pearl River, Logtown, Jackson Landing, Fort Pike. Tornado warnings continue there. Yeah, we lost that camera. All right. Ugh. Couple tornado warnings there. This tornado warning continues another 6 minutes. Looks like it's going to get replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. Still think there's an isolated chance of tornado warnings across parts of West Virginia today. And yeah, they're going to continue that tornado warning across the Eden Isle area. I'm curious if it's on the ground or not. Let's see. It's hard to say. There is some CC lowering in there, but it's hard to fully confirm that. Wouldn't be surprised if it was, based on what we saw there on the video. Okay. That's the video. I don't know what it's looking at. Is it down at the water? Yes, it is. Yeah, those winds are still super strong.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
All right, well, yeah, they're going to replace that. Looks like that tornado warning with a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this. So a good sign there. That may be starting to wind down a little bit. That tornado warning should be dropped in Pennsylvania pretty soon. Then we still have the tropical water spout situation that's really going to continue through the day. I unfortunately have a hard break. I have a puppy that needs to go to the vet here this morning, and I didn't realize I was going to be streaming still for 15 hours straight. So unfortunately, I got a hard break I got to take. I think the plan will be resetting and we'll continue to probably cover more severe weather later this afternoon. If you're new here, like and subscribe, click the bell icon, get notified when we go live. Your likes and subscriptions help the YouTube algorithm push our coverage out to life-saving coverage to people. We saw some crazy stuff today on our live streams. We had some chasers earlier on our live streams in the first half, and then the overnight shift has been a lot of crazy camera stuff. But we were able, I think, advance a lot of warnings to people. So it's been a impactful severe weather day, but hopefully we've helped through that. It looks like this is a big traffic mess too now, with emergency vehicles and all kinds of traffic jams, and still the wind blowing across these two bridges and stuff. So continue to, and now more traffic going the other way. So yeah, it's a big mess across the New Orleans area. That's going to go up into Hattiesburg, Mobile, Pensacola, Selma, Montgomery, and Birmingham later today. We'll likely be back on for, again, not as concentrated of a severe weather event, but severe weather in pockets across a lot of the eastern and southern U.S. And I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. It's been an awesome stream. If I didn't have the puppy going to the vet, I'd probably be doing this another 10 hours, but I got to wrap it up for today, or for this morning. And we'll see you on the next live stream. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe. If you are in those severe watch areas, multiple ways to get warnings. Have a NOAA weather radio turned on. And at least if you don't have a NOAA weather radio, make sure your phone alerts are turned on in the settings app. I want to see what happens here real quick. Oh, this is a big mess. Looks like there's cars turning around on the highway and stuff. Wonder if there's debris down on the highway or something. I don't know. But I wouldn't recommend driving on I-10 through the Slidell area right now. Yeah, that's a big mess. Stay safe, everyone, and we'll see you on the next live stream.